Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to this stream that will start with Amy laughing.
Shush.
It works.
It's a good way to start. Amy has a good laugh.
Yeah.
I'm again, I'm waving at the camera and
Lamau.
the camera is off.
Turn it on.
And I'll have a quick wave and turn it off again.
Bye. Sorry.
Hello and welcome to this Final Boss Fight live stream of Blades in the Dark. My name is John and I am joined by Amy.
Potassium.
Sean.
Hello.
Sean. And Tanny.
Mercury. God, sorry. The way Sean cut out, then I thought he said Magnum.
I went for Magnum, but it
Magnesium?
stuck that way.
Magnesium.
Yeah.
Vitamin C.
Yes.
And we're here to list at you random chemical symbols.
Hydrogen.
Iron.
Gold.
Uranium.
Sodium!
Einsteinium.
Plutonium.
Cyanide.
Oh dear.
Uranium!
Battery acid.
Stanza scale shouts potassium.
Potassium.
We're here to play Blades in the Dark. As well as this confusing thing that's happening that is, I assume, in some way Deltarune related that I don't fully
Now,
grasp.
why would you think that?
Because I watched your voiceover video earlier.
Well, fuck.
Give me Deltarune spoilers. I need to watch.
I just have a voice clip of Amy saying, well, fuck. I need that in my life.
I mean,
Just need that as a soundbite on my phone so people
fuck.
around me and I could just press a button and it would just say that. Be great.
Fuck.
Wonderful.
well,
Wonderful.
we'll commission Amy for that later.
FBF soundboard, anyone?
Oh yeah.
Is it an FBF soundboard of various things, or is it the FBF soundboard of all of us saying, oh, fuck, in various ways?
Yes.
Combination.
Combination.
There would be an entire page of just, oh, fuck, in various ways.
I
yeah.
mean, the fact is I'll be doing more of the swearing, but that's only when we play Destiny.
Anywho,
We're here for the crimes, because MC2 smells crimes.
Be gay, do crimes.
And Stanza Scale says, friends of mine have been exchanging cheese jokes, and I haven't gotten around to playing yet.
yeah, fair.
I bet those cheese I bet those cheese jokes are Gouda.
Ah.
Hey, damn it.
Sweet dreams are made of cheese. Who am I to disagree? Yes.
Previously, we did some crimes and we stole a super special ghost bottle from someone very, very powerful.
Yes.
But I'm sure
Yeah.
that won't have any repercussions.
I'm sure nothing will bite you in the ass. Maybe during some sort of future stories or anything like that.
And
Or tonight. You never know. You never know.
Also, warning to the audience in the back in the audience of the stream. I'm having some deconstruction works happening in the background, so if you hear a lot of noises, I do apologize. So
they're taking Tanny apart.
they're taking
We're-
me
we're-
apart because I'm a mess.
That's fine, but we shall never forgive you.
We also stole a ghost hitting
Also-
club.
It's just Stole a ghost.
I mean,
technically, didn't we
we
steal
did.
a ghost?
Yes.
You did.
Yeah, we actually did.
Yeah, we've
He's a
stolen
lovely
a ghost.
He's a cool ghost.
Well, we've also we've stolen 2 ghosts, sort of. One of them came with consent. One of them we trapped in a bottle.
Yeah,
Like a genie.
and then we've stolen a ghost bottle.
Like a genie. A horrible, horrible genie.
So yeah, like a genie.
Horrible.
Like the traditional genie, where they're terrible things that you should never let
Horrible.
out.
Horrible
Uh,
genie.
Yeah,
and
they don't-
now,
that's not what they depicted in Aladdin.
yeah, they skipped a whole bunch of stuff where like the genie getting out at the end is actually really bad because now nobody can control it.
Nope.
So now we're just sort of waiting around back at our bookmaker's shop, just sort of waiting.
Ingesting our potassium.
Yep, Cheshire's surrounded by a mountain of banana peels.
That's
Don't know
a
where
lot
they
of
got the
banana
bananas.
peels.
No idea where they got the bananas from, but they're there.
You know what? I do think like the fact is that I keep thinking that we're in the era of Blades of Dark. I just feel like any kind of fruit that's like quite highly colored are actually now muted to like a grayscale or something. I don't know why. It's just a grey banana.
Monochrome potassium.
It's horrible. Anything, pretty much most foods and everything is
Yeah.
not brilliant in this world. It's a bit, most of it's fairly bland,
Bit of a sad banana.
fairly horrible, but for the most part, you have indeed been waiting because you were assured that you will be contacted again by Bazo Baz, leader of the Lampblacks, for a final job in this series of jobs, of which you have been informed from most of it. What's happening is that there is a particular spectre haunting the streets of Duskval called the Scarlet Bride,
Oh yeah.
who has been killing those who are either recently married or betrothed to be married.
1 second, guys. Mason is the muscle, and I'm the muscle. BRB.
The
Okay.
muscle.
So, but yeah, this particular spirit has been hunting down and murdering those who are betrothed and those who are recently married, in grisly ways, which is unfortunate for Mr. Baz, as his daughter is soon to be married, and so
And for some reason, he
He will-
doesn't want that fate for her.
no, so he has been gathering pieces for a plan. This plan primarily being capture this damn ghost and either try and find a way to destroy it or just keep it off the damn streets. One of these two things are good. And so he has assured you that he has an idea for this, to try and draw this spirit out, and you'll need it captured in some manner. I'm sure he'll get someone to do that.
Can't imagine who.
No idea. So you wait a few days. You partake in some downtimes, and some of you who got injured last time take some time to heal. And after a few days,
And much to everyone's great excitement, Thunder has a new drum.
oh yes, the new drum. That is the most important thing. A new drum has
Yeah.
been obtained for Thunder.
Yay.
I break it.
Do you honestly break it? Do you break the heart?
I asked to borrow it because I have a passion for learning the drums. I place it on the floor and stamp right through it.
Thunder wouldn't give
With
it
a
to you for learning.
Okay. What would you give it to me for?
He-
Don't break it. You're my friend. But after a few days, you get a little knock on the door. Tiny little, barely perceptible, just knock, 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 knock.
Come in.
You don't
You
even.
can hear it past the drumming.
You can. It's loud. It's loud enough to be heard, but it's not a powerful like banging knock. It's just a little tiny knock, a little tiny one.
Thunder goes to the door
Oh.
and opens it.
Is that our resident brat?
And at the door, staring into your soul,
Yeah.
We love
is
that.
Runt.
He's our mascot now.
Hey,
Hi.
so how are you?
I'm pretty good. He slowly raises his arm, holding a letter.
Takes the letter.
He just stands at the door, staring.
Yeah, I
You
always
wanna-
think that he's probably want to stare because he's probably like, give me the fucking tip.
You want to come in, or you want to?
He,
You got
he says
things to
nothing.
do?
He just continues staring.
Hey,
Stand.
kid, you want to have a staring contest?
He's like I think I described it before. It's like you don't quite know when he starts staring at you, but it's like suddenly Thunder realizes he's not staring at Thunder anymore, but he's staring directly at Cheshire.
I will kneel on the floor and have a staring contest with him.
Really, Cheshire? You gonna be that kind of person?
What do you
I'm
mean
going.
that kind of person?
I'm
He's obviously
going.
challenging us.
I'm going to ask you to roll something to try and win this staring contest.
Ooh.
I have no idea what, because nothing really fits. But
Like,
roll
this
me just
goes to run.
like something. Roll me something. Try and win this staring contest.
Okay. Just looking through what I have. If I use survey, that has sensed trouble before it happens. Could I survey when he blinks?
Sure, I will allow that.
What is it controlled?
It is controlled, and it was standard effect. To see
A 4?
you do the staring contest just it's a battle of wills to just you find yourself nearly blinking, but you just no, I'm not losing to a child, and you push through, and eventually, after a long time, I think you, to your knowledge, you think this might be the first time you've ever seen Runt blink.
Yeah.
But he does indeed blink. I'm not going to do consequences for this. That's just a success. But yes, you succeed in the staring contest.
I just clap, just like, aha! Ha! Ha! I win!
Box.
He slowly looks down dejectedly.
Oh no.
Now look
You can
what you've
almost
done,
hear
you
the
took it off.
You can almost hear the sad violin music. Just
It's a very
Well
sad
done.
drum beat.
You've gotta learn something early, kid. There's no prizes for losers in this world.
he slowly turns around and walks away.
Bye!
Well, aren't you a bit of an asshole today, Cheshire?
Plays
I
the sad Hulk walking away music on the drums.
I just call myself a sore winner.
Right.
Thunder
Actually,
looks at the envelope. Is it the same, like, wax seal on the back?
It's the same wax seal on the back. It's the same kind of envelope paper that you've received many times before.
Cracks open the wax seal, pulls out the letter, looks at it, hands it to Mist, and says, I don't read.
So hands it to Mist. Mist, you get to look at a letter.
Yay! Letter.
Why you do this to me? Why you do this to me? And
I don't know why we do this.
it was like
Where
I was
is letter?
it is down below the other letters that have been. Which is the point. I just realised that
No.
this one from last time can actually be in all players' things now. But yes, it is the
Fruition.
mysterious note of fruition.
Fruition. Greetings, my friends. I have heard your second task for Mr. Baz has been completed. It may have been a more dangerous job than it first appeared, but that is the way of this city. Soon your third task shall be complete, and you will have some powerful allies to help you take root here. Keep up the good work, yours, the engineer.
We lost somebody.
We lost someone and gained someone immediately.
My internet booked.
No.
I'm alive.
Hello.
Yay! But yeah, that's all the letter says. I shall proceed to provide it in everybody's journals. Ah,
Thank
there,
you,
yeah.
because my internet cut up for the whole of that letter.
There, the letter is now in your in the thingy. What
Is
shall I
it
call
the-
it?
Is it the fruition one?
Fruition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here is
Right.
note of fruition. But yeah, it's a very short note. It's not much like the last one. It wasn't really telling you to do anything. Just pretty much keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
The
You
Yeah,
did good, kid.
engineer.
Just egging us on.
The engineer, more like the bitch.
Not your best.
No.
So,
No.
so that's what you think of him, right? Okay, makes note.
That was out of character.
No, it's too late now.
It's them off.
You break the heart of Runt, and now.
Alright,
It
Character.
seems like you woke up to choose violence today, Cheshire.
no,
Well,
in
That's
character he'd be
every
like,
day.
in character he'd be like the engineer, more like the engineer because he's sneering at us.
I mean, that's better.
Yeah. So, once then after that, like a day or two goes by, and you don't have any knock at the door or anything like that. Well, actually, no, you do have a knock at the door, but it's literally just like a quick knock knock, and then something slides under the door.
I will grab what's under the slide door. Wait, words. I'll grab what's under that slide under the door.
Something that's so. It's not like a big fancy letter that you get from the engineer or anything like that. It's just a simple note saying, "Meet Mr. Baz at the Sultry Stair."
So, we gotta meet Mr. Baz at the Sultry Stair. Does it say what time or when?
And it says
But sound-
stair. Is it like the sultry stair, like a set of stairs, or stare as in looking at something?
That.
Okay. Looking at something.
Looking at something.
Similar
it's a-
to another
And so,
title.
yeah, it says, meet Mr. Baz at the Sultry Stair at 9 p.m.
Okay.
Anyone heard of the sultry stair?
I mean it's a place.
Mist
I mean,
will have done, I'm sure.
Mist definitely has. I believe, judging from what Cheshire has said he's done in downtime activities in the past,
Yeah.
in that he has tried to woo certain women. I think he might have heard of it. He may not have been there, but I think he may have heard of it.
Yeah.
I might have just say it plainly. It's a brothel.
Is Baz just inviting us to his favourite places around town?
That's just at this point it almost is.
Pretty much.
But yeah, but like both Cheshire and Mist will know that the Sultry Stair is a brothel in Crowsfoot.
A
We're
brothel,
gonna
huh?
get some pussy.
Oh,
That's right, gonna get some cats.
I was saying, oh, I want some cat.
Oh, you're such a child.
No, I'm just saying that out of character. Hicks don't say that.
You're such a child.
100%.
You,
Sorry,
Cheshire.
that's it. I said now. It's too late. I said it.
Right.
But yeah, that is the note you have been given.
Okay.
So you just await the time and arrive.
Yeah.
Arrive on time to go and see your best friend, Mr. Baz.
A little early as usual.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
keeping an eye around.
Pussy.
What was that?
I said, but the pussy.
I think from the
Josh
sounds
has
of
been
it,
there all night.
yeah,
Do you want to go there early, Cheshire?
from the sounds of it,
No.
like 3 of us are turning up early to scope the scene, and Cheshire wants to get there for the floor show.
Yeah.
No, because I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go. I'll try and charm a woman. I'll roll a 1. It'll be embarrassing.
Do it.
You know what?
It's-
I'm gonna go with Cheshire early.
I don't mean to point this out, but it's a brothel.
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
give them money, and then they like
Give
you.
them money.
You know what?
They like you.
Since it's the last one, I will indulge and I will go.
I'm
say
going with
like
ya.
I'll go say like an
Fix it,
hour
with them.
early.
Okay, you're going out early.
To scope the air, but also lesbian.
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 So you both go early to indulge in the delights of the sultry stare. And it's
mean,
a fairly. It's not the best looking place in the world, but it's for Crowsfoot. It's fairly nice. It's got nice furnishings. It's got good carpeted floors, and it's got a big kind of open like bar area where like patrons can sit and chat with the girls and have them hang on their words and all that stuff if they've got the
Mhm.
money. And you can drink and all that. And yeah, if you want to partake in a lady, I will say with this, it possibly will cost a coin to do
Dude.
it.
I've got a fuck ton of coin. It's fine.
So just mark a coin off of your particular
Yeah.
thing if you are taking a lady to one of the back rooms.
Yeah,
I
I
say
will
pick
pick.
all of them off.
I will pick a pretty lady.
I'm just
Pretty.
giving money and I'm just gonna watch.
You're gonna give them money and just watch.
What? What?
um,
Well,
But yeah.
she's just gonna appreciate and just admire the ladies.
Aww. It's like you
Fair
pay
enough.
to take a lady to a room and you're just like, so tell me about yourself.
of course you can.
I mean, I'm
But yeah.
sure that the brothel workers won't mind that. They get paid.
Well, thing is, so it's like when Cheshire like comes back from like being with a woman or something, you see that Hicks is still in the same position, like same place.
Bless
Like she
her.
hasn't moved. She's just watching like how the ladies dance and everything. And the fact is that you'll see one point like the woman, like another lady will like say like, "Oh, let's go at the back." She's like, "Nah, I'm alright." She kind of just tugs her scarf up a little bit more up.
So, in terms of Cheshire, you take a lovely lady called Carrie, Kari, into the
Carrie.
back room and show her a good time, or at least you pay her
Yay.
to have a good time. Whether she has a good time, you don't quite know.
That's not up to you.
That's not up to you. But yeah, you take it to the back room. You have some fun.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm not going to go into detail. Anyway,
I believe Tanny says it in the chat there. Yeah,
Like
that's.
Animal Crossing.
yeah. Playing aggressive.
And so I have
Yeah.
the fun. I say goodbye, so I come back out and look at Hicks and like, hun, you do realize what the point of brothels is, don't you?
Yeah,
Just
watching.
watch. Of course you are.
Hey, I'm not gonna judge about your business. Hey, you don't judge about mine. All right?
No, that's fair. Well,
I appreciate looking at a beautiful woman, and you appreciate going out and having fun with her. So,
you know what? That's perfectly fair. Maybe this is your break the ice session at a brothel then.
yeah, in a way.
So you're into girls?
Got a problem
Well,
with that?
I'm into girls too. We've got so much in common.
Fair enough.
You have so much in common. Um. So yeah. While you're there, Hicks, you do notice that there is like a kind of back area, like one of the far back tables, that has a very muscular woman stood outside it, and there's a curtain. There's like a curtain pulled, and yeah, you see that, and just judging by what she's wearing and what you've seen the rest of Baz's men wearing, she's probably working for Baz.
I just point out, it's like, that woman over there. I think she might be working with Mr. Baz.
Oh. Ugh. Well, fun was fun while it lasted.
No, but the muscles on her though. Damn.
Yeah, she's pretty thick.
Yeah, I know, right?
She is indeed.
Admire her in the distance, like, oh,
She-
hello.
She is indeed thick, of bicep. She has arms like tree trunks.
So she's just thick, she's not thick.
Hey Hicks, who wants to bet you could go over and she could crush your head with her thighs? Hmm? Want to test it?
Nah, I'm alright.
I'll put a good word for you.
Nah, that's good.
Cheshire will say something
a-
nice at your memorial service.
She died how she lived, between a giant woman's thighs.
I don't. I'm still a little bit. Yeah. Waiting for the right gal. I'm just still adjusting the scarf up her face a bit more.
So,
Thunder does the
Um,
same thing he's been doing the whole time, which is show up about half an hour early and case the outside of the joint.
earlier,
So
and
you know,
then
she's also still wearing her like dark sighted goggles. She's like still proper like wrapped
Yeah,
up.
to Hicks, this is a really brightly lit room. To Cheshire, it's kind of low light. The lamps are kind of like got red lampshades over them to cast it in kind of like a red kind of glow. But yeah, to Hicks, this is a brightly lit room.
Alright.
They served
Um,
drinks there, didn't they?
They do indeed serve drinks.
So she's got like a drink and there's a straw, and then but when she's about to take the drink, she'll turn away from like Church and just drinks out the straw, like puts the straw under the scarf.
Always under the scarf.
Always
What are
under
you
the-
doing?
What's your damn business?
Alright. So we just waiting for the other two to show up.
So yeah, so we know Thunder is turning up about half an hour early, casing joint.
Alright.
Mist, what is Mist going to do? Is Mist like also like turning up a little bit early?
Yeah,
Getting-
this would be a little early, do the usual, have a bit of a wander, look like she's busy doing something in the area.
And then go into a brothel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with Thunder, it's a fairly like as you like go look down the street that this particular establishment is on, there's quite a few like bars and pubs, and there seems to be like a couple of like kind of music venues almost, where just like there's a couple of bands like playing. You just hear like some faint music going on down the way. So it's a fairly well trodden street, and you see a good number of people going in, of kind of like middle class people. There's no low class people going in, because they most likely can't afford the entertainment within such a place. And yeah, you just see a fair few people coming and going. You do also see the occasional like group of lamp blacks, like go past.
The
And
same
maybe,
sort
like,
of
the-
patrol group.
Yeah, kind of like two. Like sometimes it'll be like two of them. Maybe there'll be like a group of four will go by, or like all of them fairly well built. But there's the odd few that are quite live. But yeah, the same kind of groups going by, like you saw when you went to
Yeah,
the
like
nest.
the
for
first one.
Yeah. So yeah, it's similar kind of like makeup of groups when they patrol by. And Mist, you arriving a little bit later than that, you kind of also see kind of a similar thing. It's quite a well-trodden street. Like I said, bars, music, drunk. A couple of like sometimes you'll see like the old person stumble out of one of the bars down the street drunk and like just fall into the gutter and laughing and singing poorly.
Wasted.
Wasted.
If Thunder
far
sees
too much.
Mist approaching, he would either point out the lampblack groups or just say to Mist, sort of the same groups going past.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I assume you make your way inside.
Yeah.
So you make your way inside. You see the same as what Hicks and Petcher have already seen. It's, like I said, quite nice carpet, and it's fairly nice. They're not like opulent furnishings, but they're nice enough. Like sofas and kind of like cubby table things, and it's just fairly nice. And I assume Hicks also points out the very menacing-looking lady near the closed-off booth.
Yep. I'll just go like, you see that pretty girl over there? That pretty girl over there? She's part of Mr.
Baz.
Baz as well. Of course.
Oh yeah.
You see she's kind of still admiring the muscles on that lady.
Guess we're going over there then.
Going over there then.
Thunder just takes a quick look round at the clientele and thinks, oh, going up in the world.
Slowly but surely.
I mean, this is better than where he started.
It is. You started. You had humble beginnings, and went to a drug den, then to a pub, and now you're in a brothel. Oh, sky's the limit for Thunder.
Thunder will grab a drink before they head over.
Yeah, you can get a drink. It's like just kind of your choice of stuff, really. You've got various gins and things like that.
I'm a pilot gin, yeah.
And I get the feeling he'd get something like that looks very colourful and fruity. If you know, as much as that is possible.
You ask for that, and the barman, who's a fairly like chisel-jawed, like probably like mid-20s guy with a kind of like gelled back hair, and he's shirtless, and he's got really tight trousers on, and he goes, "I know just what you need," and he turns back and he starts like rustling around with a load of stuff, and he sits on a kind of almost a martini glass that is filled with a bright blue liquid, with a little kind of like with like a little bit of like garnish. You don't quite know what the plant is that's sticking out of it, but it looks alive. It looks nice and green. But yeah, he sets this as, there you go, the electroplasm.
Is there a little umbrella there?
Pardon?
Is there a little umbrella?
There is indeed a little umbrella in it.
Yes.
Umbrella.
Bella.
So
Bella. Yeah.
he gives that's the drink he gives you, Thunder.
Thunder takes it, sips it.
Yeah. It's fairly strong. It's not fucking like knock you out kind of stuff, but you can definitely tell there's alcohol in it. You can't tell what alcohol's in there.
Oh, that's alcohol.
It's fairly nice. It's got kind of a. It's got it tastes fruity, but once again, you can't tell what fruit.
That's good. That's something.
And yeah. And yeah, you have your brightly coloured cocktail drink. That's best not to ask questions about what's in it. So
Ectoplasm.
it wouldn't be electroplasm.
No.
That would kill you. But yeah, so you're going to the shut off cubicle, kind of like a booth
Yeah.
with the large woman outside.
Yeah.
And yeah, as you approach,
The
this woman seems to get just bigger and more intimidating as you approach.
Giant
Like
woman.
she looked big from a distance, but then as you're approaching, it's like she just seems like it's almost like the muscles on her arms start to grow, and she's
A
just like
giant woman.
she is hench.
Hench woman.
And she's got like a couple of like scars down her left arm, like of like various, and you can see like some of them have got like also like marks like they've been stitched up. And also down the same arm is like a long kind of serpentine thing, like tattoo, like going along her arm, but evidently was there before she got all these scars, because they're all all these scars are perfectly visible on her arms. But yeah, and she just looks, as you approach, she looks down at you, because this woman she's probably a good probably nearing 7 feet tall. And she just looks down at you. Yeah.
Hi.
We're here to see Mr. Biggs.
Baz.
Baz.
On you saying Mr. Biggs by accident,
Yes. Because
she is.
But Baz.
You don't disrespect the boss.
Sorry. But
Yeah, you don't do
just,
that.
You're
You
very,
do that,
very
Hicks.
attractive.
I mean, that might not be a bad nickname.
She pulls the curtain aside and lets you past.
Maybe we'll suggest it to him.
And you enter the booth, I'm assuming?
Yeah, Hicks just still kind of stares at the big lady for a bit and then
She gives you the biggest death glare you've ever seen.
Oh man.
Thunder just sort of pilots Hicks into the booth.
Yeah. In the booth, sat at the head of a kind of almost this oval table, and at the other side of it, in the middle of the curve of the oval, is Bazobaz. And he's got a couple of empty glasses, but then he's got one glass that's full in front of him, full of kind of an amber kind of liquid. You suspect most likely whiskey.
Yeah.
And as you come, he's like, "Ah, my friends, how are you all?"
Pretty good, pretty good.
Very well. How are you?
It's been an interesting one, my friends.
How so?
Oh, take a seat. Take a seat.
We'll
There are
take it.
there's a set of 4 chairs on the flat end of this half circle table.
Yeah.
Thunder takes a seat.
So do
Yep.
Mhm.
I assume Hicks sits in their usual way.
Yeah.
Pig sits on my lap because they're a baby.
Such a baby. So, how things been? All right.
To be honest, mate, they've been kind of shit.
How so?
Well, I mean, the killing part we did last time was fucking kick-ass. The scratch on my arm still hasn't healed. Probably getting infected. Don't want to lose my arm. So not the best, but
You could have put some sort of covering on it,
I have. It fell off.
and you didn't put another one on. I'm sorry, I can't really help you if you don't know basic medical attention for yourself.
Well, point being is, as much as the killing was fun, getting to the killing wasn't the best.
Went to a nice neighborhood.
Nice is subjective.
Well, it was nice. Used to be.
Well,
Big out.
let's hope it will be again one day. I don't know why I'm starting to sound like you. I'm copying your voice now.
I'm a very charismatic person.
You know what? I do look forward to chatting to you, mate, so...
So, any other gripes you wish to push my way while
Well,
we're here?
not exactly a gripe. More just the case, why the fuck are we in a brothel?
I own it.
Right, but we could have met anywhere else. But I mean, not that I'm complaining. I'm having a great time here. It's a bit.
I know you've had a nice time here.
Were you fucking listening?
You need to listen.
He owns it.
How many times I own the place?
Ugh.
You got a receipt, right? That's his name at the bottom of the receipt.
Yes, I have the fucking receipt. Look,
Yeah,
fine. What?
When you look at the receipt, you suddenly do see, the sultry stare. Property of Bazo Baz, and it's just got a picture of his face winking with a thumbs up.
I love that.
Version of him.
Higgs will just perk into Baz and say, "You have some very pretty ladies here." I appreciate
We
that.
do. We do pride ourselves in trying to get the best we can. Little hard sometimes in Crow's Foot, but there are some nice ladies willing to earn a little bit of extra. And we treat them well, try to treat them as best we can.
I can tell.
Is it only females you have here?
No, we've got men as well.
Might take you up on some interesting. I mean, if it's not an urgent matter you're calling us for.
We've got a few days before we can kind of get all the
plenty of
details.
time to spend some money here then.
That's all right then. But anyway, I have called you here on business. Unless once again any more gripes.
The only gripe I have now, which I've just realised from looking on Twitter, is that we're currently missing the Great British Bake Off playing this.
God damn it!
Well, whatever the Great British Break-Off is, I'm sure it's nothing in comparison to the wonderful world of Doskville.
Well, you know what? If we're gonna be spending a few days here, we're gonna have a great orgy party.
Cheers to that. Oh,
Cheers.
So,
Continue.
so, I do have some details on the job that we are going to be offering you.
go ahead.
We are looking to set up a little bit of a trap for this Scarlet Bride.
I don't know where this is coming from.
We've managed to persuade a young betrothed man into helping us lure. Well, honestly, he doesn't know what he's doing, but we just asked him to wander some of the alleys for us.
Perfectly innocent.
He owes us a little bit of money. We said we'll square away the debt if he does this little job for us.
Let's see. One way to do it.
He was all but happy to do it. It's a very easy job, walking
Yeah.
around some dark alleyways. Like I said, it just so happens that he's soon to be married and is fairly nice bait.
Mm-hmm.
As such, you will be doing whatever you wish to do with this. I'll give you the route of where he's going to be going, but it's up to you how you're going to do it, whether you're going to follow him, station yourselves along the route, or whatever. But in the end, I want this thing disposed of. I will be able to provide you everything that we've been able to gather so far. The club that is powered by electroplasm, the bottle you obtained with some modifications using the plans you originally got. And he pulls from under the table the bottle that you got last time, but on top of it, where it was like kind of like a relatively kind of square, it was still like a cylindrical, but it was like flat bottom, flat neck, and there's like a straight like 90-degree angle up for the like the cap of the bottle.
Yeah.
On top of it has been fitted this kind of like it's almost like a claw kind of extension.
What do the modifications do?
Like around the neck of the bottle, kind of like pointing out from the bottle.
Yeah.
With a lot of like wires attaching each claw, but like the prong, like the tips of the claw are still kind of free and relatively pointy looking.
Okay.
And yeah, he gives you, and he also places the club with a little vial of electroplasm as well on the table. And so, you will take these items, and you will rid us of this Scarlet Bride, so that my darling daughter can get married without any worries.
Sounds good to me.
Does it sound acceptable to you all?
Yeah.
I'll go with it. I'm ready to go.
Safety
Good.
of this guy. How valuable is that to you?
He kind of like shrugs.
Okay. That's what I need to know. That's fine.
I mean, it would be nice if he didn't. After all, if he's lent money from us before, there's always the chance he'll lend more.
Repeat custom is always easier.
Exactly. But if
The worst.
if bad stuff happens to him, just get out of the area as quickly as you can before the spirit wardens turn up.
Right.
Of course, with it being this particular ghost we're dealing with, there's all the chance that they won't turn up.
Yeah. Okay.
All right then.
So, it will be in about. We're planning to try and get him to walk this in about 2 days' time.
Right. Okay.
And he'll pretty much be out there all night, walking the same route to try and get this thing out.
Okay.
So,
Work with that.
you should be able to work with that. That's fine then. Here, he like slides a bit of paper across the table as well. That's the route that we have told him to take. So if he deviates from that route, follow him. We don't want him being taken and us losing our opportunity.
Indeed. Is there anything in particular that made you choose this route?
He always seems to go for back alleys. She always goes for secluded places. At the moment, many people who are soon to be married or freshly married tend to just stay away from all these areas. if we've
I'll
got
take
one,
the blame.
if we've got one idiot in, well, hopefully only one idiot in the entire city, she'll hopefully go for the one idiot going around.
Yeah. Solid logic.
Any solid. It's not the best plan. We would have preferred a much more solid one, but
Fella.
we need some way of doing this as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So, any other questions or?
Mm-mm.
No, I think I'm good.
Have you got a brochure?
I'm gonna be right back.
A brochure?
Like a catalogue showing who's offering their services in your fine establishment?
Go to the bar. There's and the barman can detail anyone that you might be after.
Okay.
And the curtain gets pulled back by the woman outside, and you're allowed to leave with your various items.
Nah, that means dick.
No, as in the various items you've been provided by Bazavaz.
Oh, right, I thought you meant... No, never mind. Let's go.
So,
Mist
You-
will
Hmm?
aim to pick everything up if no one else is instantly grabbing things.
that's fine. If anyone else wants to grab any particular items, they can, but obviously if not, then Mist is grabbing. I take that as Mist is grabbing.
Thunder would take a quick look at the bottle, but would hand it to Mist because he's planning to stay for a little while.
Fair enough. So, do all the rest of you leave, or is it just Thunder here, or is anyone else going to?
Mist is leaving.
Mist has had enough of this place.
Gesture will stay just to see what Thunder's gonna try and do.
Okay. That's fun. And is Hicks staying as well to also witness, or are they running away? Or has Hicks gone away?
I think Hicks is not present right now.
It sounds it. So yeah. What? You inquire with the barman as you were told to, and he like calls out for any of the. So, were you specifically asking for gentlemen, or were you?
He wants
asking for
both.
both. Fair enough. He gets any. He just calls for any people who are free, and you get a very decent selection of various body types and ethnicities and weights and builds and everything. Of all different, all the genders of the rainbow. And yeah, you have your pick. So if you're going to pick anyone, describe who you pick.
Can I be your wingman?
It's
Can
a
Cheshire be your wingman?
it's a brothel. You just pay them and
Well, yeah, but sometimes they might have a bit of an attitude about it.
what do you think?
Well, what do you want to look for?
Well, he's nice. And she's nice. So I was thinking both of them and a platter of these drinks, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have warm up. Just remember, mate, foreplay is the best play if you want to go for it.
Foreplay is the best play. Foreplay is indeed the best play.
It's always good to mix up the genders. Because if
That's
you
fair.
have two guys, then one of them will kill your mate and run off. And then that won't benefit anybody, will it?
Cheshire looks into the middle distance in a haunted manner.
Speaking from experience, mate, I was going to offer you to come and watch, but it sounds like you might have some issues on this subject.
Oh, I mean, well, if you're offering drinks, then I can come for a bit, yeah.
So, the lady you get is a lady called Edie,
That's cute.
Okay.
and the gentleman is called. Let's go for that. Lucas. They got Lucas and Edie, who are. Lucas is he's a fairly. He's not like very muscular, but he has got like some definition on his arms and on his chest.
Sorry,
He's
one
probably
second. Tanny, did Hicks leave the brothel after the meeting, or did Hicks stick around to see what Thunder was going to do at the brothel?
dot.
I'm not typing.
I was gonna type, but something's done now. I would probably say that Hicks will just be nosy about what's going on,
Okay.
and
Fair
then
enough.
So
as long as they're both okay, she's gonna leave. I'm assuming Mist left as well.
Mist has left.
Mister's left. She's had quite enough of this malarkey.
No, Miss is just very aware that the items that we have with us are worth a lot to a lot of people.
They are. They are.
Thunder.
I'll say that Hicks pretty much will just see what's going on at first, and then as long as them two are okay, she's gonna head back to where Mist is.
Well, actually, if you're still around, Thunder picks out a man and a woman and has invited Cheshire back, so he'll look over and ask.
I've heard that bit. Yeah.
If Hicks is still there at that point, he asks if Hicks wants to get involved.
No, you can do your orgy yourself. I'm heading back.
Oh, you don't want to see a bit of a boob?
Fuck you. I'm just like goes off out.
All right.
So yeah, you like I said, Lucas is like I said, he's not very muscular, but he has got like some definition on his arms and chest.
Yeah.
He's just wearing like a waistcoat and a pair of kind of relatively loose shorts.
What
And
are you going to say, and that's it?
That's all he's wearing. They've got to leave something to the imagination.
That's all he'll be wearing later, don't worry.
And Edie is probably around about like 5 foot 5'5". She's kind of like middling height. She's got auburn hair, and she's quite pretty. What are you giggling at? She's Guys, she's giggling at me.
Just the moment you said 5'5", I was like, I see.
What are you seeing?
I don't understand.
Nothing.
Nothing.
I don't know what she's
We
making.
refuse to move on until Amy explains.
Amy, how tall are you?
Exactly.
Oh.
Sean was the only one who knows I'm 5'6" now, so.
Yeah. We found out by going to a Roman exhibition.
Interesting.
I'm the same height as you, I think, Amy.
I can't believe.
We're
But
both
yeah,
we're literally both the same height. I think I'm 5'5" actually, and then 5'6". Yeah, I'm 5'5".
Anyway.
Oh no.
Anyway.
I'm still smaller than everybody.
Anyway,
Let's go.
Edie is
Is
5'5".
Edie is 5'5". She's wearing just a relatively. What's she wearing? She's just wearing a relatively kind of like loose-fitting dress. It's
Okay.
fairly nicely made, but yeah, it's just a comfortable dress. Really, it's not anything massive. It's not anything massively fancy, but it's fairly nicely made. And yeah, like I said, auburn hair. She's fairly pretty. And you all kind of you all of you sit down to some drinks, and things might occur. I'm assuming they probably will.
I mean,
I'm not going to go.
it's a brothel, but we won't go into details.
It's not going to go into details, but I will say you spend about 2 coin if you're going into extreme activities with them.
Okay. Two
I think
coin
two
marked
coin if it's
off.
with both. Two coin if it's both of them. One coin if it's one of them. But either way, you have a nice bit of time with them, and you part ways. Everyone's satisfied in one way or another. And yeah, like I said, I shan't go into lots of details. But yeah, you've now got the plan for this attempt to capture the Scarlet Bride,
Mm-hmm.
and it's up to you if you want to try and prepare for anything beforehand. You want to try and obtain anything, or scout anywhere, or do anything.
Well, we've got all weapons, so that'll be fun. Can
You
I
you
get like an upgrade on my weapons or something like that?
you can. Can you put do an upgrade? If you want to try and the problem is like getting like a particularly effective weapon
Yeah.
would probably require some sort of time to be able to get,
All right.
or creation mechanics, which we've not really been going into this time. Because you can't. There is a full item crafting system in this game,
Huh.
Wow.
but it usually takes a fair while to do
But
things.
could I get like a blade that just does a bit more of a sting, if you know what I mean?
Just because like this is going to be that final episode, and we're not going to be, and we don't have the time for like massive things. I'm going to say if you want to go out and try and find like a particular weapon that will be a little bit more effective against
Yeah.
ghostly opponents,
Oh yes, please.
I will say, yeah, you managed to find one that's much like the club is like got a socket in the bottom where you can put in an electroplasm vial.
Yeah.
So you can have it, you can power it up almost.
Oh, wonderful. How much is that?
Let's say that's 2 coin
2 coin. That's
because
okay.
it's a very particular thing, and you happen to go into this weapon shop just so they have this one particular item, this very unique thing in.
Yeah, that's fine.
And yeah, so you managed to get that. So I'll just keep in mind that you have that available to you. I'm not going to add it to
Yeah, thank you.
inventories or anything like that. Anyone else wishing to go for like try and find anything or case the area or anything?
Would want to talk to her friend again, just to kind of check in and sort of check that that's the right sort of area, and just try and get some update on how the whatever her name is ghost like hunts the backstories of the other people that have got her, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So you go back to, is it Vince or was it Vance? I can't remember the name of your friend.
I think. Yeah, Vance.
Yeah, so you go back to Vance's office, and you do a little knocky knock upon his door.
Yep.
Come in.
Hey.
And you. Oh, Mist, my love, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you? I bought you cake.
Oh, lovely, lovely. I'll get the kettle on. Hang on. He gets out of his chair and goes over to like a little stove he's got in the corner and puts the teapot. Well, is this just pleasure or is this anything you're requiring?
I do have some inquiries to make, but it is always nice to drop in. You know I like coming in there.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Now, what can I help you with?
Well, we've got a job, and you know those poor brides and grooms to be that have been running into some ghost trouble lately.
As soon as you say that sentence, suddenly the kettle starts to whistle like dramatic.
Yep.
Oh, you're after that. Oh, he goes over to the kettle and takes it off the stove and pours it into a little ceramic teapot.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Just, you got any newspapers information on the previous ones? You know.
Well, I mean, I do. I mean, I have the most recent of the the attacks. I got that newspaper around, and he slides you across the same newspaper that Bazo Baz slid across when you first met him.
Yeah.
The Gazette at Dusk, which has the whole story of the fairly recent killings that the Scarlet Bride has committed. And yeah, that's the most recent one. I don't they say that they've been that the Watch and the Spirit Wardens have been trying to keep it hush hush. The Gazette managed to get that one out, but not many other people have been really reporting.
Yeah. Can't say I'm all that surprised.
Yeah, it's very weird though. It's weird the Spirit Wardens are always they're making out there's no problem.
Yeah.
Very
It's
odd.
yeah, odd's a good word for it. It's something's not right somewhere.
I mean, they,
Just
they might just not want they might just not want the bother. From what I've heard, she's a nasty one.
yeah. Let's hope it's that. And you can just like see that she's kind of pondering the idea that maybe the ghost attacks could be of some use, like, you know, how people use stuff to hide other things. She's just kind of toying around with ideas and, like, yeah, trying to make sense of things.
Strokes the beard that isn't there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm afraid I don't really know all that much about it all. I know the details that the paper has brought to light about how they were found and what apparently happens being when they're gonna just before apparently. Not sure where they
Yeah?
found that.
What's that then?
As in what the thing that happens just before.
Hmm.
Well, they say that she's got. It's not just the Scarlet Bride. It's also her maid sisters that are also in tow, and just before they take and kill the person, they start throwing flower petals at their feet as they walk along, like at a wedding, you know.
Oh. Weird.
And then the maid sisters, either the maid sisters attack or it's shortly after that the Scarlet Bride attacks. It's a bit all up in the air, really.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
I'm trying to find out some more about it. Just, you know, rolls her eyes. Got to be prepared, given that we've been given this job.
yeah, don't envy her. Don't
No,
envy at all.
can't say I'm all that pleased about it, but job's a job.
Well, I'm sure you've got good reason for doing it, and I'm sure you've got, a good. I'm just sure you got a good reason for it, really.
Hopefully, to bigger and better things. Hopefully.
Bigger and better things. Well, remember your friend when you get to, top of the ladder in Doskval.
Of course. And we'll hold up tea as kind of cheers, sort of.
Cheers and ting against the little ceramic cups he's got. And you enjoy cake and
Yep.
tea and
Yay!
Got some information about the flower throwing, so we know to look out for that.
All right.
yeah,
Cool.
and anything else you're wishing to do in like any sort of preparation.
Would be having a good look over the weapon thing. Making sure that everything has charges that
Yeah.
needs it, pack a spare.
Yeah, Thunder
Yeah,
would be looking at the bottle.
Yeah, the bottle is. I mean, like I said, the bottle, you just know that it's some sort of prototype one that is apparently stronger than most other bottles.
I'm sorry,
The
I completely blacked out. What does the addition do to it? The claw.
the addition is the thing that you got plan in your first caper. You got some plans for Project Net, and I'm pretty sure Mist said she kind of skimmed over it.
Yeah.
You can tell that they have built the thing that was in those plans. And from what Thunder can tell, judging from the various technologies that you know about in terms of ghost capture and ghost destruction, this seems to be some sort of thing that you've been given you've been given a few vial. I said one vial when Bazobaz was there, but really you've been given like about 5 or 6 vials of electroplasm.
Right.
And it appears that you would socket a vial of electroplasm into it and try to attach this to the ghost in question, and it would pass electroplasm into the ghost to try and weaken it enough to be able to capture it. It's some sort of thing that's kind of used to kind of to help in the capture of particularly powerful spirits.
Right.
Essentially kind of stunning it, I guess.
And yeah, and the bottle itself is not one you've ever seen before. It does look like a prototype, but judging by the various, because like it has like a bunch of runes kind of going down, like from the top of the bottle going down, and then there's like a gap, and then another set of runes going down, and a gap, and another set of runes, gap, and it's like all around. There's like these lines of runes. I'm going to say really that none of you recognize these runes. They don't really match anything that any of you really know.
Okay.
So you're not entirely sure how this thing works, but
apparently it does.
Apparently it does. And if it was in a collection of Lord Skurlock's, it's most likely legit. He doesn't really take notice of fakes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and as for the club, it's like I've described before. It's got like you got like the leather grip at the end, and then at the bottom of the club, there's another socket where you would put a vial of electroplasm, and you would expect that it probably powers the kind of prongs that stick out from the top of the club, so that you could either smack it and shock it or stab it and shock it.
Okay.
Whack it in some way.
Either way, accost it with the club. So yeah, those are the items you have.
Yeah.
And can't be.
Finding you.
And so if there's nothing else, we will go to the pre-engagement phase.
Yeah, I don't think. Not for me, anyway.
I haven't done anything yet.
Anything you wish to do?
I was having to like look at the area. Like I asked for the map. I'll ask for the map.
Yeah.
And just have a walk through
Yeah.
to see if there's any kind of like ways that we can like, put ourselves in, like places that we could like sneak into, any places that can give us advantage to grab whatever the ghost is.
Yeah. You walk the route that has been described to you on the map. It is a variety of there is a variety of alleyways and things around Crowsfoot and Charter Hollow. Chart Hollow. Where did I get T from? Anyway, and so it's like you'll go through an alleyway, you'll cross a main street, but then you'll go back into an alleyway, and you'll go. It's like 99% with the occasional crossing of a street.
Yeah.
There are a lot of relatively secluded bits where you see no one. You see a fair few, like on your travels, you do see a fair few homeless people, just people sleeping rough, in various places along the way. Like I said, there are a couple of like some of the alleys you go down side alleys. A few times the route takes you across alleys you've already gone down a different direction.
Yeah.
It's a very kind of winding, crisscrossy kind of path. It's very all over the place. But you do find that there's a couple of like relatively low roofs that you could possibly kind of set up on, or like kind of recessed doorways and like little like alleys that end in just dead ends, or like fenced off alleyways as well that you can kind of like you could tuck into and hide.
Yeah.
There are a lot of hiding places throughout these alleys. And even then, there are also like some of these like back onto like yards where you could possibly hop over fences into yards and kind of just like keep an eye out either through a fence or like peeking over the fence or whatever. There are a good number of venues and opportunities for either staking out secretly or setting up shop in a particular place.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. Sweet. If there is nothing else,
Yeah, there's nothing else now.
Woo!
nothing else, then
No,
we
no,
shall.
no.
Oh no. Then we shall do the engagement. You get 1 dice for sheer luck.
Great.
Is the operation particularly bold or daring?
I'd assume so.
I mean,
Hmm.
you are going to be fighting a fairly dangerous ghost that has killed multiple people in grisly ways. So I'd say that's fairly daring. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? Kind of.
Yeah, I'd be
You have
inclined to say yeah.
You have been doing multiple jobs in order to get this particular job going.
Yeah.
Does the plan's detail expose vulnerability of the target or hit them where they are weakest?
Yeah.
You are exploiting the fact that it is going after married or recently married or soon to be betrothed people.
Mhm.
So you are exploiting that. I would say yes for that. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have particular defense or special preparations? Not really. I would say no for that the enemy, that this particular target hasn't got really any special preparations going for it. Can any of your friends or contact provide aid or insight for this operation?
My one did.
Your one offered some insight, so yeah, I'll go for that. And are any enemies or rivals interfering? Nope. Any other elements that I can think of that are going to be a thing with this particular operation? Not really. I can't really think of any.
I'm more worried about the blue coat Dharma for Hicks being out.
just gonna turn up and he's gonna just
Oh.
be there.
What's all this then? Like, oh, for God's sake.
Well.
Well,
Uh-oh.
If it isn't the consequences of our actions.
God damn
It
it.
isn't the consequences of your actions.
I hate when they
you
show
see-
up.
I rolled a number of dice.
Okay.
The first one that came out was a 2.
well,
The second one that came out was a 3.
Well,
Ah.
Both of those would leave you in a desperate position.
oh.
However, the last dice that came out was a 6,
well,
which means that
that's
you are
better.
which means that with this you are in a fairly controlled position.
Good.
So
I like the sound of that.
So you get there, you get to the particular destination, and you are. Well, you kind of tell me what you're going to. Are you planning on kind of like. Are some of you intending on following this guy? Are some of you intending on just like kind of setting up shop in particular places? And
So roughly how big is the area?
the area
Like
in
the
question.
the route he is walking is a couple of blocks.
Like I said, it's going kind of across a lot of Crowsfoot and Char Hollow. Which, if I get a painting brush out and I draw a shape, if we say it's going to be kind of all around, I'd say probably actually more around the. All of you see the shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is
It's
shape.
various alleyways. I'm not going to like put the exact like maze of direction across the entire thing, but it's kind of encompassing that entire square. It kind of goes along various alleyways, like I described when Hicks investigated it. It will go down an alleyway, it will cross to another alleyway, you'll go around a corner, you'll cross a street, you'll go into another alleyway, you'll go around, you'll cross back the same street, and then you'll go across an alleyway you already went down before, and you go along, you cross another way, you'll cross one of the bridges to Char Hollow, you'll go down another alleyway, you'll cross, and then it's a very big, winding, snaking path throughout all of that kind of area.
I don't think we can really set up in one place though, because we don't know where he's going to get attacked.
No.
So I think
Yeah,
we need
Mist
to follow
would be
it.
inclined to follow.
Yeah, I was thinking about following him.
And maybe the kind of suggestion that some of us might go into like the alleyway over.
Yeah.
Not a bad shout. I think Hicks should follow quite closely,
Yes,
because Hicks is good at the stealthiness.
I'm very stealthy.
Yeah.
E.
So,
I think Cheshire should follow a little behind Hicks, and Thunder and Mist follow from like one alley over.
fair enough.
Other people can have their thoughts if they wish.
They are allowed thoughts of their own if they wish.
You're allowed to counter that.
Just, no, fuck you.
I feel like I've got a sneeze coming on.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was.
Meshes.
Thinking.
Sorry.
I think Cheshire should have the club.
Yeah.
Didn't I? Okay.
I mean, you can have the club, and you can have your new shiny weapon as well.
Okay.
I will be allowing that kind of thing.
Dual wheel, bitch.
Yeah, do will, bitch.
All right. I will
You've just got more chance of actually landing a
Actually
hit, I
hitting.
imagine.
That's true. Yeah. Cut it, baby.
So yeah, you start kind of wandering this route at about. Once again, I forgot to say a time. Let's say it's like let's say it's about 9 o'clock in the evening,
Okay.
and
So
as
most
you-
people are starting to filter off the streets then.
yeah, it's fairly it's a fairly late kind of time. And while you are going through, you'll be going near some places that are like pubs and bars, things like that. Most of, like I said, 99% of this map is showing that you'll be in alleyways. So, for the most part, you'll be in places where not a lot of people will be. But fairly quickly upon starting to kind of like patrol the route, you do see walking along. Which people are going along the exact route again? Because I know there was like one. There was like saying that like Hicks and Thunder were going to be going along like an alleyway over.
Hicks is following directly the person. Cheshire's following a little bit behind, and Mist and Thunder are sort of making a route that's about one alleyway over from the official route.
Yeah, fair enough. So you, so with Hicks and Cheshire, you, as you're going along the particular route, you've after a very short amount of time, probably no more than 10 minutes, you come across a man who seems fairly young. He's probably in his mid-20s, with kind of like a curtains haircut, kind of like a bowl cut. And he's wearing like a white shirt, a waistcoat, and some very ill-fitting trousers. They're like being held on. They're being held up by just like almost like just a bit of leather cord that's been kind of like tied at one side. They're trousers that are a good like 2 or 3 sizes too big for him. And he's kind of walking along nervously with a bit of paper in his hand. And he occasionally will look at the bit of paper and then he'll turn a corner and it's the same corner you've got to turn.
I see.
And yeah, you just keep following this gentleman. And every time you go to turn a corner, he is turning the same corner. And I'm not going to make you roll or anything, but it's seeming like this is most likely the poor sap who's being used as bait.
Bless.
Like occasionally, as you're turning the corner, you can like see just like that, like the side view of his face, and he looks fairly nervous. He's not. He's kind of a bit wide-eyed and kind of like looking around and stuff. He's not really paying too much attention behind him, which is kind of his own idiot fault, really. But yeah, you just keep following along.
I think
Are
Mist
you-
and Thunder would like aim to be waiting in sort of the cross bits to see them go in and then back out the other side.
Yeah. And yeah, as you come across some of the cross bits, you see this gentleman, like I said, bit of paper in hand, kind of look at the paper and go across the cross bits, and this guy looks not he doesn't look like terrified. He does look just like visibly nervous. He looks quite pale, and he's like I said, wide-eyed, kind of breathing through his mouth, just kind of like looking from side to side. Occasionally, you're like when he's like going past you two, his gaze might kind of go past yours. Are you hiding, or are you?
What time is it during what time is it during the day? Is it during the day?
It's
Just after 9.
Right. So
just after
yeah,
1 p.m.
Hicks is pretty much staying into the shadows, like where the shadows are. She's pretty much staying there, so you probably wouldn't even notice that she's there. Hopefully.
We'll see about that. Roll me a prowl then. or correction. I don't get to tell you what to roll. Roll me a thing to stealth. It's probably Prowl.
It is Prowl. Controlled or risky? Or desperate?
With this being a controlled position, I'm going to say the first few rolls will be in controlled positions
Alright.
with greater effect.
Submit, and it's standard, and there's no bonus dice.
No. That's a
Four.
2 and a 4. You do manage to like pretty much stay hidden, but there is one point when you like you hide in a side. You like just hide like around the corner of a side alley, and there's a trash can at the corner, and you knock it.
Oh, can
And
my special ability prevent that?
What your special ability is. It's something about using your special armor. I realize that bit, but I can't remember exactly the wording of the rest of it. You may spend your special armor to resist the consequence from a detection or security measures to push yourself your feet up left leg. Yeah, I'd say that.
I don't.
So where you would like you do still like you go into this particular like side alley and you do kind of you hit it a little bit, but you are just so quick into that you just quickly just dash your arm out and settle the can before it makes any noise or anything.
Alright, got it.
Nice.
Like you literally just
I need
like
to get that. I need to start using it at some point.
you like literally just like whip your hand out, you settle the can, and then you put your arm back just in case he turns around. But it's like he doesn't hear it, and I shall take the honor of marking your special armor as used.
Nice.
But yeah, you manage to kind of like just stay in the show. With Cheshire, I'm assuming he's like further back,
Yeah.
so he's not like it's just like he happens to be going along the same way. It's not anything to really worry about. As for the other two of you, like you say you like set up at like some of the cross points.
I think the idea is we're kind of like, because we know where they're going, we're like one
Hang out.
alley either side, and
Yeah.
so when we get to like cross junctions, we just make sure he and the tail goes past, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
And then-
we head across and into the next one.
Yeah.
Kind of almost essentially like get ahead again
Yeah.
to then check.
So I don't think
because
we make any great efforts to stay hidden necessarily. Just we're
just out of the way.
we're just there, like
Yeah.
Just there.
not stealthing, just
You're
two
but
people
you're like
that might be just
you're just-
walking a similar route.
might be walking a similar route. You might just be hanging out in these alleys or whatever. It's just like you're not like hiding yourselves. That's
Not
the point.
actively, no.
Like maybe
Um,
one of them will be looking at a map and like
Yeah,
that.
that's
that
fine.
Sort
So,
of thing.
but yeah, you see him and he is like just and once again, as the other two have already kind of sussed, after a very short amount of time, you are like pretty much after the first time, pretty much you are 100% sure this is the poor sap who is
We're
your
following
mate.
the right poor sap.
Yeah, this is the correct poor sap. Not even confused with that other poor sap over there, who's trying to make a delivery to 222 Fake Street. And
Oh, that's my
It's,
pizza.
my pizza. But yeah, so you just keep following this guy around, and there's not a lot happens for a long time. Yeah, it's a good few hours of like staking him out. Anyone who's trying to stealth throughout this, I want another sort of stealthy kind of check, just because
Yeah.
it's been that long.
I just like the idea now that like the next cross junction down, like the group walk past and they see Thunder and Mist and this one pizza guy just enjoying the pizza to 222 Fake Street.
Huh.
Screw those guys. Well, no. So, is there any, like, say, with is Hicks still there?
Yeah, I'll prowl again.
I'll again. Give me another
Controlled or
roll.
risky at this point.
I will say it's still controlled at the
Yeah.
moment.
Standard and no bonus die. Go 4 again. And this time I would
With-
have to do the consequence this time.
Yeah, that the idea of I believe the idea of the whole spending special armor is like you get to resist a single consequence determined around detection. So about an hour in, I'm gonna say, you've been able to like keep to the shadows and keep to like into alleyways and stuff like that throughout this, and then it's just you go to like duck into like a recessed doorway, and you accidentally step on a cat's tail. Yeah, it was like a dark recessed doorway, and it's a black cat, and you just step on it, and it runs into the alley, and runs off, and the man kind of like, what's that?
I'll still hide away.
Anyone there? I'll fight you.
Still hiding. Also because I need to BRB.
He's not coming down the alley to investigate, and obviously I'm not going to make anyone roll for it, but he says he'll fight you, but he really won't.
He's really fronting on that empty alleyway.
Yeah.
Or alleyway. Doesn't know what's got coming.
Real brave in the face of nobody.
Yeah. But he eventually turns round and continues walking along the same route, but he is like looking around a lot more. He's actually like checking behind him a few times, and like keeps like looking behind him, looking like before he goes down any alleyway, he quickly peeks around the corner of it, and he's being a lot more vigilant now.
Yeah.
So he just continues along, and it's a lot of doing nothing for the longest time. It's like another hour goes by. He's from the moment that he heard the cat like meow and run off, and it's like ever since then he is looking over more, and he with Cheshire, after the cat incident, are you being any more stealthy?
Yes.
Fine. Then you make me some sort of check to see if you're being...
I said sure.
Yeah.
I will prowl.
You will prowl?
Yes. Is this controller risky?
I think I will say this will be the last controlled one. And standard effect.
Or...
Everyone's all the fours, just fours all over the place. With this, you do stay hidden, but I need a consequence for that.
MC2 is apparently showing off their bardic side as they say, what would it take to seduce the cat?
Well,
Get some pussy!
yeah, I'm afraid you're too late, as Cheshire has already gotten that. Paid for it, but he got it nonetheless.
And maybe got it again a second time later on if he stuck around.
Possibly. But I need a consequence. I will say that while you do still remain hidden and you are like successful in you hiding, he does catch like a glimpse of like your shoulder as you dive into an alleyway or like duck behind a doorway or something like that. So he has gotten a lot more nervous because he keeps like seeing like the edge of something like slipping into the shadows or slipping into an alleyway or whatever. So he thinks he now pretty much thinks someone is following him, but he doesn't know it's you, and he doesn't actually ever see you. It's just that he's a nervous person, and he keeps seeing like the slightest bit of a thing. But yeah, it just keeps going, and after it's like you started at around about 9 p.m. I'm gonna say nearing about kind of like midnight, half past midnight. Um, I want rolls to try and notice things.
Oh,
Okay.
so survey.
If that's what you're wanting to roll,
So is this
roll.
risky now?
Now risky, yeah.
Yeah.
Risky and standard, yeah.
Risky and
I
standard.
see everything.
You
I got
see
a moth in my eye.
Could
the
I?
the cat jumped at your face.
Could I use a study to study the person that we're tracking?
Study a person, document an item, or yeah.
I thought you said fucking with an item. Like thunder, but we left that behind us.
Just like
You've never
just like,
truly
yeah,
left the brothel.
just fucking with an item, just like picking a brick up and just smacking it against the thing.
This is just some ridiculous trip you're on now.
I mean, we've been to a lot of places.
I see some things.
You see stuff.
Someone sees all, someone sees none. I see a few.
And I believe Hicks is still away currently. So we will get them out of the way. So yours, like Thunder, is specifically studying the gentleman that you're following.
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, is there anything in particular you're looking for in him, or is it just general? What's he about? What's he thinking? Blah.
Pretty much, yeah. What's he thinking? How's his mental state doing right now?
He is like I said, when you first saw him, he was visibly nervous. Now he is pretty much wrapped with nerves. He is, judging by his body language and everything, you're seeing that he is pretty much like convinced that someone is following him. He's looking over his shoulder all the time. He's looking around all the corners. Even corners he's not even the alleyways he's not going down. He's looking down them all the time. He's like double checking them and triple checking them. He is being very observant now.
I mean, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not all out to get you.
Yeah, you still don't feel that the more with you studying him the way you are. While he does look nervous, he doesn't look, in a weird way, he doesn't look frightened for his life.
Right.
So
Oh, that's his own stupid fault.
Yeah, you are pretty sure he's not been told, like pretty much Bazobaz kind of intimated, he hasn't been told why he's walking this route. He just knows he's been told to walk this route.
He's been told to walk this route, and his money will all be paid off. And now he's really nervous because weird shit is happening behind him as he does it.
Yeah. So yeah, he is a nervous man, and he like I said before, he threatened the darkness as like he got like a cat came out and shit like that. But judging like upon having like a proper like look at him, there is in all likelihood he's probably never thrown a punch in his life. If anything were to attack him, there is no way he's defending himself.
He's dead.
There is no way in hell that he can defend himself. He is scrawny. He is like, he's skinny as all hell. There is no like anyone could overpower him. It would be very easy to.
Solid
Which
breeze
is-
might blow him over.
Which is possibly another reason why Mr. Baz picked him. But yeah, as for Mist, that's it, bloody moths.
Yeah.
You just happen to go past a particularly low-hanging light. It's just like a load of moths. Just
Yep.
Hmm.
Sounds
as for Cheshire,
Me.
you're following along and you're trying to keep out of sight as best you can. You're a fairly big guy, which is like I said, why you've kind of
Yeah.
So, Tanny, roll me
Hi.
a noticing type roll.
Noticing type.
Yes. A roll that you would roll to notice something.
A looky roll.
A looky roll.
I'll go survey.
Survey.
Yeah.
Then roll me a survey. Risky position, standard effect.
Oh.
Another 6 as well.
Oh, I have a
That's
look.
right then. I can describe what both Cheshire and Hicks see. So as you two are following him,
Mhm.
you hear from down one alleyway the very, very slight sound of someone being attacked by moths. As you're following him, and you're keeping your eye on him as much as possible, but then as you're crossing one like some of the alleyways, you start noticing like there's something out of the corner of your eye you just see kind of like go past, and as you turn around, you don't see anything definitive, but you just see the very edge of something red going around a corner.
Oh, shite.
And it happens more than once. It's like you'll be like walking along, and behind you, you'll just feel like a rush of wind, and then there's nothing there.
How far is Cheshire to Hicks? From Hicks?
I don't know. How far is Cheshire?
Am I still hiding away from the guy, or is that
You are still managing to hide, but since you trod on the cat's tail that last time you tried to prowl, and Cheshire also has been trying to stay stealthy now, but he's like the man has caught glimpses of he's not seen Cheshire like wholeheartedly. That's a person following, but he's like seen like the edge of someone like ducking around a corner.
He is
or, like,
suspicious.
He has now grown completely suspicious that someone is following him. He's not seen you, but he's like pretty convinced someone's following. So he's very nervous. He's looking around a lot.
right?
Yeah.
And he's very nervous.
I'd
but-
say I'm a few yards behind Hicks then.
So yeah, as in regards to as Hicks is like feeling this rush of wind behind him, you, Cheshire, kind of almost just like there's the rush of wind, and it's like it gets like blown to your face. You just kind of almost blink for a second, and it's like you know something has just rushed by, but you don't know what.
Oh shit. Can I look around and see if I can spot it, or nah?
If you want to roll me something, yeah.
I'll do another survey.
Do another survey then.
This one probably won't be as good.
It might not be. No, it's not. You see, fuck all.
Oh no!
But yeah, you like I said, you feel this breeze go by you, and I say you scrunch your eyes closed for a second just to protect your eyes from the wind and any dust that might fly into it or whatever.
Yeah.
And you can tell that something went down like from left to right across you.
Yeah.
And as you look down the alley, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
And it seems to be like a pretty much straight alleyway. So whatever the hell ran down there or went by there or did whatever down there. You don't know where the hell it
All right.
Oh, shit.
was. So these events start happening more and more as you're following this gentleman for like a good few minutes, and it's just like I said, just like the odd like. And I'll say at this point, I'm not going to make people roll, but Thunder and Mist, you also start seeing such occurrences. Like I said, just like the rustle of something, and you'll turn, and there'll be just like a red blur going by.
Will
like-
whisper incredibly quietly and say, "Do you think that's her?" to Thunder.
Yeah, I think it's showtime.
And do I make you roll for that? No, I'm not gonna make. Once again, you go like when you go to the when you and Thunder go to the next crossroads. Before the guy crosses, you do see a few flower petals blow in like some very little breeze before he comes by. You see a couple of petals kind of like just like blow along and settle, and he then walks across them.
Okay. Yeah, it's
And-
gotta be her. It has to be, surely.
And he continues down the alley, he continues past this crossroad a little bit into a particularly dark alley where the lights have broken. And there's from behind both Hicks and Cheshire, there's a little kind of like bell sound, like a
A little jingle.
and the man whirls around. If you're trying to hide, roll me some sort of hidey checks.
I will do it again. Roll. Risky. Standard.
Risky, standard.
Are you prowling?
6.
Yeah.
You're
Risky.
prowling,
standard.
prowling.
Ah!
I just like
He
that's
turned-
Cheshire's approach, just screams at him instead.
He whirls around at the sound of this little bell. Both of you don't know where the hell this bell has come from, because especially with you, Cheshire, because it sounded like it came from directly behind your head.
Okay.
And he whirls around. Hicks, you're a pro at this. You literally just like dive into the nearest doorway and just like press yourself against the door, and you are
still in the same position, like in the
And you are-
shadow.
and you are completely not seen. Cheshire, you just kind of go, and you're like, "Fuck! I'm supposed to hide." And then he's already turned around and seen you. And he's, who's there? I'll fight you. And he's trying to sound tough, but it's all for now, because you, Cheshire, in particular, see behind him the shape of a woman draped in a red dress with a red veil, like almost appear out of nowhere above him and descend slowly behind him.
So, like, that one ghost from that one Guillermo del Toro movie, I completely forgot. Crimson Peak style.
That one ghost from that one film that one guy did.
That one ghost from Crimson Peak style, right?
You're all going
I
to
can't
die
help
down
feel.
here.
It almost, but it is not. It is like it just looks like a woman in a red dress. It doesn't look
Ghostly.
It doesn't look untoward. It looks fairly unassuming, but it is obviously a womanly figure
Yeah.
in a red dress that you can't see any features of her. You can't even like the sleeves of the dress are even like down over her hands. You can just kind of see her holding a kind of a wilted bouquet, and she like descends behind them. And
Are we attacking now or?
I mean, what, you want to wait till she kills him?
Exactly. I'm gonna run forward, shove this guy out the way, and just attack her.
He as you charge forward, he's like, I didn't mean it. Please don't hurt me. And he tries to back up.
No!
And I'm going to say that you manage to get to him before he backs into her.
Oh, thank God.
But you just like shove him out of the way. As she suddenly whips her head at you. And just there, and from her comes this shriek of like anguish as her veil kind of gets blown forward, and you see this horrifying red skeletal face with a distended jaw and fangs all throughout her mouth.
Yes. So good.
With a baleful green light in her eyes. She's just. And are you literally just like immediately just fucking going at?
Oh yeah, like that. The imagery of that is horrible, but Cheshire's gonna like attack, and then like yell at this guy just to run.
Fair enough. Roll me something to try and smack a bitch.
Alright. Oh, is it desperate or is it just risky now?
I'm going to say this is desperate.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, exit now. Cancel! Okay. Desperate. Do. Nice!
I'm gonna say desperate, but the effect would have been greater because you are literally just charging into battle and you are going to you're determined to fuck this woman up. Well,
Yeah.
I say woman, thing up. So you charge in and she screeches at you, but you manage to just like whip the club that you've got around and you smack her across the face. And she does kind of reel back with the blow of this thing. Like it's because it's this particular powered weapon that you've got. It's hit quite hard, but she reels back and she's staggered a little bit, but she's still there. Anyone else wishing to do anything?
Yeah, you know what? Are you attacking her, Cheshire?
I was just gonna say I turn to the guy and just go run!
And this guy now seeing this, you see at the front of your trousers a large wet patch appears, and he proceeds to scrabble up and manages to get to his feet and fucking pelts it down the way you came. Yeah, and he is running as fast as he can.
Are you running away as well?
Pardon?
Is Cheshire running away as well?
No!
No.
I'm
You're
attacking.
Cheshire's attacking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hand
I'm
phone.
actually gonna grab a pistol,
Grab a pistol.
My
Yep.
Glock.
and then I'm actually just gonna come out of the actual shadows, and I'm going to proceed to attack. I'm just gonna try and attack, so that way it gives more time for the others to come over,
Yeah,
giving the distraction.
that's fine. So roll me something to fire at the ghosty poo.
Skirmish with the opposite in close combat. Prowl.
Hey, Dribbles!
Dribble! Dribble!
Yay!
Dribble!
Also, by the way, Tanny subscribed for 13 months in a row. Yeet!
Yeah, year and a month. Yeet.
That's Surge rubles, apparently.
I do not recognize your knighthood.
How was your stream? How was your stream, brother?
I'm actually gonna try it. Go. Ambush.
Oh, every possible tech issue is never fun.
What?
I'm gonna use skirmish. I think skirmish is probably the best way to do it.
Skirmish is more of a thing with a close combat.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of struggle here.
I mean, there is hunt, which is hunt a target, gather information about its location and movement, attack with precision, shooting from a distance.
Okay, yep, I'll have to go for hunt, and this is not gonna be good because I've got nothing.
You can try to push yourself, or I can try to think of a devil's bargain.
I'd like to go for a devil's bargain. It'd be my first time because she's not good at using. She grabbed a pistol at one point in the before coming here, and she's never used a pistol because she's so used to using blades, and she doesn't want to go anywhere near that bitch.
Oh, I will say that you'll be able to take an extra dice, but
something happens.
Yeah.
All right,
What
so I just press hunt, yeah.
I need to detail.
You need to find out what the thing is that you're agreeing to first.
You get to choose.
You can decide to not take the bargain. If it's too risky for you, you don't have to take it. But yeah, you don't roll until you've 100% confirmed you're taking that bargain.
Right. Okay.
Do we have a number of bullets when we have guns, or
realistically speaking, you would have a number of them. I don't really think it details exactly how many.
Okay,
I mean,
because I was going to say you might drop the ammo as a
the pistols in question are single shot, like flintlock pistols. They're not anything amazing.
I mean,
so realistically speaking, you're probably only going to get to fire it once throughout the entire thing, because it is like a whole. You fill it with powder, you put the shot in, you tamp it down, you put more powder in, you tamp it down again, and all that. It's a slow process, but so I will probably say you've got enough for like 10 shots maybe. But yeah, I will say that.
Can I just throw out the possible devil's bargain of Hick seems real attached to like staying covered up.
Yeah.
So
there is that.
I mean, I don't know if that's what you want to throw in there, Sean, but
I feel that is a very.
Will you?
I'm going to say that is a very interesting bargain, and it is in accordance to the rules that I am allowing of anyone else can throw out a bargain if they want. So I'm going to agree to that. Is that you will have the extra dice,
right?
But regardless of the outcome, the gun, maybe the gun has got like a little kind of like there's like a bit of metal that's kind of like broken off a little bit, and it's got a little bit of a hook to it. And as you pull it out, it catches on part of your scarf and pulls your scarf off, regardless of the outcome.
But
you will have an extra dice, but regardless of what happens, you will be unmasked.
She's desperate. She's literally desperate. She doesn't want to get treasure to be killed or anything like that. Because that looked like something that would be like a one-shot kill thing. So she's gonna risk it. She's gonna risk it for the biscuit.
Risk it. So yep, you roll your hunt. You have a bonus die.
Okay, so risky or desperate.
This is going to be desperate as well.
So desperate submit, standard effect,
Mm-hmm.
and then bonus die
Bonus die 1.
1. Submit.
1.
Oh no! I told
Oh
you.
dear.
Oh
So-
dear, dear, dear.
So you pull the gun, and I'm gonna say for the sake of this particular bargain, is it was inside your coat pocket, and you pull it out, and it catches your scarf, and you you just whip it forward, and almost before you even have got the proper, you're not even like properly pointing at it. It's like you're so kind of like desperate and almost kind of nervous about this entire thing. Just like I said, you've not really fired this gun before,
No.
so you accidentally pull the trigger before you actually get pointed at it properly, and the shot goes just completely wide, ricochets off one of the buildings, and lodges into the building opposite.
Shit.
But the scarf is cleanly pulled away from your face. And what do anyone see if they were to look at you?
So as I'm gonna say that the goggles come off with her as well. And
Yeah.
immediately, as I'm assuming since it's like there's the moonlight, so moonlight's kind of casting down on her. She as the goggles come off, her eyes are completely black. Like there's no like eyelids or anything, like just completely black. Like normal eyelids, but not like that. Completely just beady black.
There's no irises or eye whites. It's just pure
Yeah.
Pure black. And as the scarf comes off, immediately as she like said shit, her lower jaw splits into. Has anyone seen Blade?
Yes.
The monster, you know that monster with the
Like
split
splits
jaw.
down the middle.
Yeah,
the Reaper variant of vampire that
Yeah,
has the split jaw.
splits, and you see more teeth and all that, and her tongue is basically like kind of a snake-like tongue. And she starts quickly panicking, like "fuck, shit!"
Ah.
trying to grab the her scarf, but she's also panicking. She's like, "Fucking move, Jay!"
Ah. Now I understand why you didn't want any pussy. Got it.
So you ponder that, faced with a monstrosity of epic proportions.
Yeah, so it's like, as I'm assuming you said that straight off the bat to her.
Yeah, he like blinks, like he's very surprised, and he's just like, ah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
He just
So-
she just, like, turns like proper like quick, because she just has a bit of a quick reflex. She's like started hissing with the freaking jaws out, the split jaw out.
Fair. So, either of the other two wishing to do anything with this, either with this horrific monstrosity that's being assailed by Cheshire, or what the hell you've just seen in terms of Hicks.
Well, I assume Mist initially would have been the lane over, so would be sort of at the end of the end of the road when that happens.
Yeah.
Having had the guy probably just stamp straight past.
Yeah, like I said, this guy is running, screaming,
Yeah.
and he is fucking pelting it into the night.
She'd hear the running. He'd zoom past, and she'd be like, "Geez, okay, turn round," and then would see both the ghost and everything else that's going on in
As he goes past the pair of them, Thunder just turns as he goes, "Congratulations!"
You hear you just like this scream like.
And
he
then
just continues running.
And then Thunder will sort of run the other way.
Yeah,
Cool.
Mist would break into a run to join the others.
Towards danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say that because you were like a little bit away, you managed to get nearby, but you're not really like toe to toe with this thing yet.
Yeah. We're on route.
You're on route. You're close. You can see this thing now, and it is not nice. Let's go for Cheshire. As you have just smacked this thing, it reels back, and reels back at you, and it's almost like at a blink, she changes from being a womanly figure to suddenly being almost distended and too tall and slightly hunched, and her shoulders are like pointed out, and her arms are too long, and then suddenly from the ends of her sleeves there's just and 4 large claws come out from the bottom of the sleeves, and he is not, judging from body language alone, she is not happy with you. And she is going to try and attack you.
Please don't do that.
So I want some way that you're going to either parry or dodge or something to the extent to avoid whatever damage she might try against you.
Would skirmish count?
Skirmish with opponent, close combat, assault, hold position. Yeah,
Alright, is it desperate?
desperate.
Cool. Any effect?
I think it's going to be standard effect for now. That's it. So she reels her arm up and swipes at you, and you just bring up the sword and your one of your the blade you picked up.
Yeah.
And the club, and cross them, and manage to hold her strike above your head, and you manage to avoid being cut badly.
Hell yeah.
From there.
You don't cut the cutter.
We'll work on your one-liners.
Hey!
Yeah. My one-liners are fucking great. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
I'm going to allow for some sort of riposte.
Oh,
So if you want to try attack, I will allow for another roll to try to attack.
I'll do skirmish again. Desperate again?
Desperate again.
Should I just assume they're all desperate?
Pretty much in this particular battle, nearly all of these are going to be desperate.
Cool. And the effect?
Effect standard.
Cool.
4. You manage to push her back and kind of stab with your sword, and it does stab her, and she shrieks in what you can only assume is some sort of pain. Whether this thing can feel pain or not, you don't know, but you assume some sort of pain.
Yeah.
And she just, and then as your consequence for getting a success with consequence, she proceeds to she reels back a little bit, but then pushes forward and collides into you and pushes you over.
Hey.
You're not taking any damage, but she has pushed you on your ass.
Damn it.
And
Man down.
she
Man down.
and she proceeds to she collides into you and proceeds to try and go. She's pretty much trying to go past you. As her eyes are locked down this alleyway where the man.
Can I trip her?
You can attempt to trip her. It will be desperate with limited effect.
That's alright. What would I use?
I don't know. What will you use?
Prowl has ambush with close violence, so it is sudden.
I would agree to that.
Thank you. You're so nice, Sean. Have I ever told you just how really nice and pretty and sexy you are?
I mean, yes, you have, but that won't save you.
Damn it. 4.
Valiant effort, though.
You do manage to grab at her what you would assume where the leg would be, but you go to grab it and it's not entirely substantial. She does she stumbles a little bit, but she is still going. You've succeeded in kind of slowing down her initial dash through this bit, but you haven't properly stopped her. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because like I said, you go to grab the ankle, and like I said, it's you do meet something, and there is a little resistance, but then your hand just passes straight through.
Fair enough.
But yeah, she starts going, and so for the other two people, Mist and Thunder, who have come out onto this alleyway of insanity, this thing is now charging straight at.
Great.
As Thunder turns the corner, he's got the drum out and he plays the first couple of beats of "Here Comes the Bride" before going into a patter of rain and a of thunder strike, and I would like to push myself to unleash a stroke of lightning at this person.
Yeah, that is fine. So add the 2 stress to push yourself. And then do I want you to roll me something to see how well you do with that? What exactly does it say? Push yourself to weapon stone. I will want some sort of roll, because this thing is now barreling towards you, and it's just much like when you're trying to use a ranged weapon in close range. Just while she's not in close range, it's kind of almost like the quick thinking to try and point in the right direction to get this thing.
Could I convince you of an attune roll?
Attune would work, I believe. Attune to spirits, ghost field, channel of it. Yeah, 100% that'll work.
Cool, because that's real good for me, because I've got a quite decent attune. I'm assuming desperate and standard?
Desperate was standard effect, yes. That's a 6. You reel your hand out and just... There's sparks go up your arm and spark between your fingers, and just a blast of lightning comes flying from your hand with an almighty and hits her squarely on the shoulder, and it kind of, while she's coming at you full pelt, it hits her in the shoulder, spins her back. She seems to lose what would be, I don't know, footing. I use in air quotes. And she kind of spins in the air and kind of collapses to the floor. But so you have managed to knock her down, but she is clawing to try and get up. Anyone else wishing to do anything?
Trying to figure out what I can actually do.
There has been.
Like,
I apologise for there being a fair lack of sneaky, calculaty things for you to do in this particular thing.
well, I'm trying to figure out whether there's anything that I could have set up, or
If you can, if
like,
if you wish to try and flash back for anything in particular,
well, I'm kind of querying, like, maybe some kind of net to throw over her. Now that she's down? That
if you want to call for a flashback,
yeah.
for you to have sourced some sort of net or capturing or some sort of thing that you can like try and keep her down with.
Yeah, I kind of don't know whether there's anything of like, because it's sort of electrified stuff, whether I can have like a slightly meshed metal net, if that makes sense, so that it's got a little bit more than just rope, but just rope's fine if not.
I will say if you pay would this be a 2 or 3 stress flashback? It's fairly in depth. Flash. I will say elaborate. So 2 stress for elaborate action which involved several special opportunities or contingencies. I will say 2 stress.
Okay.
And roll me something in your obtaining of it to see if you manage to get a good quality one or not quite.
Okay, so let's put the 2 stress on while I think about it.
Yeah.
I think I can consort to use my connections to get one.
Yep.
Risky control.
With that, I'll say it's if it was as it's a flashback, I'm going to say it's controlled with standard effect.
Okay.
Because this is before everything went to poop.
Yeah.
So you rolled that. So, yes, you did manage to get a net. It seems to be fairly decent quality. Now that you're seeing this thing up close and seeing that this thing is fucking terrifying, you don't know how long this net will last against it, but
anything that can slow her down, I'm cool with.
It might be able to hold her at least for a little while.
Yeah.
So you have this net. What are you doing with it?
Well, I'd quite like to chuck it over her, really.
I'm gonna want another roll to see the effectiveness of your.
To figure out whether. Would reading through them to like what one might be a good.
It can be a little hard to determine. It's like if you like consider
kind of sleight of hand in finesse and like handling a mount and stuff, so that's some amount of maybe some rope skills.
Yeah.
It's not in any of the resolve bit. I don't think there's any that particularly directly fit.
No. Well, it's like there's what we got here. We got hunt, which is gather information, blah blah blah, but attack, precision, shooting from a distance. Study, not really. Survey, not really. Tinker. Use ubiquitous clockwork and electroplasmic devices. Which, if this is a thing to capture ghosts, it would use electroplasm. Finesse, I would probably allow, because you're trying to deftly get this thing over this ghost.
Yeah.
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 Prowl. What?
Yeah, if you're happy with finesse. That's the one that makes sense to me anyway.
I would allow finesse. However, I am willing to offer you a devil's bargain.
Well.
That you will get an extra dice.
Okay.
But if you fail,
Yeah.
she will be able to slash at you, and you will take. It will only be a glancing wound, but you will take a level 1 harm if you fail.
So if I fail, I'll take a level 1 wound.
If you succeed, you've succeeded. Mazel tov, and you manage to get this net over her. If you fail, you don't get the net over her, and she manages to just lash a claw out, and you will take a level 1 harm.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
So are we in desperate?
We are back into desperate territory.
Yeah. Standard effect and
Standard
one
effect.
bonus dice.
And 1 bonus dice. That's a 6. You managed to not take that level 1 harm as you chuck this net over her, and it's like I see this thing as kind of like a net with kind of like multiple kind of like metal tubes where like the string would go through.
Yeah.
And there's like little thin wires between each metal tube.
Yeah, kind of a little bit like an electric fence mesh as well.
It's like
wires through. And
I see it as like it's got like a pin that as you chuck it, you kind of like loop your finger through the pin, and it like the weight of the net pulls the pin out and activates the charge going through it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it lands, just drapes over her. The net itself is too small. You didn't realize this thing would be able to become bigger.
Yeah.
But it does start like shocking her. She screeches out as this thing drapes over her, and it's like she's finding it difficult to move. She's still trying to like claw her way out and up, but she has been slowed significantly.
Oh, that's what I want.
Anything you wishing to do? If you're here. Are you here?
I'm here. I didn't.
You.
Oh. Back.
All right, bloodsucky, let's go. Is that why you're called Hicks? Because you leave hickeys?
No, that's just my name.
Oh.
But you might
Just
be
mid-battle.
Yeah, it's my fucking name.
The ghost kind of going, do you mind? I'm being all aggressive here. Can you nap a little?
So is she like?
The net that Mist has she's being shocked by it, and she is currently being held by it, but you don't know how long for. This thing, like I said, the net is smaller than it's smaller than was calculated. Well, like I said, no one told you that this thing was able to grow to a larger size. So the net is shocking her and is currently holding her, but you don't know how long it's going to hold.
Okay, then I need some other bits and bobs. What can I say? If I were to bring my climbing gear with a coil of rope in it, and figure out, I grab, like Cheshire say, like, have this rope, we're gonna try and capture her to get, like, proper tie her up.
Ready?
So
I
bring my climbing gear.
You spawn some climbing gear. That's the both boxes.
Oh, yep.
That's the point. I never asked any of you your loads, but I'm going to assume normal because
Normal.
fuck it.
I'm gonna tick climbing gear for the rope. because I figure the net would be about the same size as the rope for me.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, you get out you get out some rope from your climbing gear.
Yep.
And are you going to attempt to do the whole capturing, or like not capturing, but tying? I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to tie her up because I'm assuming we need to get her all tied up before we use the.
I mean, this I will say right away. This is a ghost. This
Yeah.
is you. I'm not going to make you roll for it or anything, but you don't know how good a rope is going to be at tying a ghost.
Yeah. She's just gonna hope that's gonna help, so she's gonna try and.
Like I say, like I said, that you can still attempt to do it anyway. Like I said, you did see when Cheshire tried to like grab at her to slow her down. It did have some effect, so there is some sort of substantialness to her, but
Yeah.
not a lot. So there is a chance that she'll be able to break out very easily from it, but you don't know.
I don't know. So. And when she's just basically trying to like make sure the whole thing is tied up or something, held down before whoever's need to put her into the bowl.
Fine. So roll me something to try and start or completely tie her.
No, that's not the one.
I can't really determine what would be the thing to roll, really.
Hold a position. Oh no, that's.
Hold a position is more you're not, like someone's trying to move you and you're not moving.
I mean, for me, the finesse kind of thing is hand movements and things, which would be some of the tying.
I would agree with that.
I think I will, because it says handle a vehicle or a mount, so they're basically.
It's handling vehicle is like it's like subtle hand movements and stuff. I would say tying would kind of fit with finesse.
Yeah, so I'm going to go for that.
But I offer you a devil's bargain.
No.
No.
I'm going by desperate. Yeah.
I will offer you an extra dice. In exchange, if you fail, you will take a level 2 harm.
Right. Okay, so that'll just be risky then.
It's desperate.
It's desperate. Okay, so I'll do it then. So submit, standard, and how many dice?
Like I said, if you're taking the devil's bargain, then it's 1 extra dice.
Yeah, I'll take the devil's bargain.
Oh, what's the bargain?
That if they will take the extra dice, but if they fail, they will take a level 2 harm.
Okay, that's fine.
So bonus dice 2 or 1?
1.
1.
I believe in you, Hickey.
2 or 3. Not good.
Oh dear.
I need to stop saying I believe in people.
Those are failures.
Please.
Stop believing in people, Amy.
Belief is a bad thing.
I said to one of my friends the other day, "Oh, I believe in you," and then they got disintegrated.
Yeah. So,
Was this in a game or?
Yeah, it wasn't a game.
Actually saying that in real life and then that actually happening, like, oh shit.
I believe in
I
you,
believe in
random
you.
guy at work. Oh shit.
so 1 hour later, I didn't know a train would fall out of the sky. But yeah, a 2 and a 3 is a failure. So you go to try and use this rope to tie her, and it just you once again like with Cheshire, you are feeling it's you go to do it and it like there's some give and it's like there is something there, but then it just passes through, and while you're trying to do this, she just kind of like just whips out with her hand with the clawed hand,
Yeah.
and just kind of stabs you in the side.
Oh.
So you will take level 2 harm stabbed inside. Which I can put on, or you can put on, whichever one you want.
Where's the harm?
Under the stress.
Yep.
So 2 harm, wasn't it?
Yeah, you fill in one of the level 2 boxes with stabbed in the side.
Stabbed in the side. Just confirm that's all right.
Once it appears on my thing, that's the fine stuff. That's fine.
Got it.
But yeah, so she likes it. She just whips her hand out and just stabs you, and yeah, it hurts a lot. And she starts struggling against this net even more. And you're from the look of it, it won't hold her much longer.
We'll shout that to the others, namely Cheshire, who's got the weapon.
Yep. So we've been kind of going Cheshire, Thunder, Mist, Hicks, Cheshire Thunder. So we're gonna go back to the top with Cheshire. This thing is now in this electrified net, and Hicks has just been stabbed in the side. What are you doing? Oh yeah, and you're still having been pushed over.
And Mist is shouting at you to get a move on and come and hit this thing with the weapon you've got.
Fuck yeah.
So what are you doing?
Oh, me? Yeah, doing
Yes.
that. Yeah, I'll hit him. Her.
So you scramble to your feet, having been
Yes.
pushed, and charge at it, and go to Smacky Poo.
Bonk.
Roll me to Smacky Poo.
Absolutely. Motherfucker!
Oh
You-
dear.
You go to... Do I do this in a nice dramatic... I think I do. You go to smack it, and it's at that point the links of the net just burst, and it just rears up, and the net gets flung back to you and just kind of like knocks your hands. And you're not like knocked back or anything like that, but this net's kind of just knocked your hands to the side, so what was going to be a brilliant hit just gets knocked away, and it is now free and up on its feet. Once again, big air quotes, feet.
Great. Well, that's not the best.
No. So yeah, it's up, and it looks like it goes to start running down this alleyway. Once again, the guy who's running away, while he is sprinting, you can still see him like a little. He's not a speck on the horizon or anything. You can still plainly see him on the horizon. He's not gotten all that far. He's probably tripped and fallen over multiple times and has slowed himself down a lot.
Yeah.
This guy
Not
sucks.
50, that one.
But she is going to. She's like moving to continue chasing this man. Thunder, what are you doing?
Well, I'm gonna reach into my jacket and pull out my fine lightning hook
Yeah.
and try to, fully extend the thing and try to get the thing around the thing's neck.
Get the spoop. Get that spoop. So yeah, roll me something to try and hook you a spoop.
I'm gonna go with a skirmish because
Go with a skirmish.
it seems reasonable.
I feel like a devil's bargain would make sense here as well. I'm going to be throwing these out hot.
I mean, that seems reasonable right about now.
I offer you a devil's bargain.
Okay, go ahead.
You will get an extra dice, but if you fail, your lightning hook will be knocked from your hand, and you will have to go and get it next turn before you can use it again.
Ooh.
I could really use that extra dice, but also I could really use not having to do that.
You could. You could.
It is indeed devilish.
Let's go for it. Like,
Go for it.
we've got to
So-
try and do this.
Yep. Desperate action, standard effect. You get one extra dice. You get a 6. You didn't fail, John.
I didn't do the failure, I did the successing.
Oh, isn't it joy? It's a joyous day, Kalukale. Frabjous day.
Frabjabulous.
So you like in your mind, you have this horrible scenario where you go to hook her and she knocks your thing aside, and you have to go, and by that time she's already gotten away, and you're like, no, but you like shake that off, and you're like, no, that's not going to happen, and you manage to just whip your hook out, and you manage to grab onto one of you managed to grab her literally round the head, like you managed to get this hook around her neck, and she's being held by the neck with this thing.
If
as the
somebody
lightning
could get the
crackles
bottle, that'd be
the loop.
great.
It's like she's shrieking, struggling against him, and like reaching out, like fruitlessly reaching out towards that man, like trying to get him desperately.
We'll go
you-
for the bottle if it is
you
my
manage-
turn.
So it is your turn. Yeah, if you go for the bottle, I need some sort of roll to either get this thing pressed against her and held there, or if you want to try and actually literally attach this thing to her, something to do that. One of those two things. And if obviously, yeah, I may offer a bargain, or people may offer assistance in this thing.
Where's the bottle currently? Like, how's...
We haven't specified who was carrying it.
Probably
did a-
you...
So where would I'm assuming it would be within Thunder's back somewhere. Assuming.
Maybe.
How much
Hello.
for a little flashback to say that we gave it to Mist?
That's fairly simple. It would cost 1 stress.
I will pay 1 stress.
Okay.
Miss is like, oh wait, it's in my bag.
I have this thing. Silly me.
We just have a brief flashback. Wavy lines go over the screen, and we're just like, here you go.
And just a Thunder going, wait, I think you should have this because I will most likely be hooking it.
Pretty
I
much.
feel like I might be busy.
At one point during the walk, just here you go. I think my hands will be busy with the hook.
Okay.
So you have this bottle, Mist.
Yeah. And what is it mechanics-wise that I have to do with it to get?
It's
to it?
literally you just need to turn it on, which I'm not going to make any more stress for like flashbacks or anything like that. But I'm going to assume that Thunder probably like talked you through. You know, you push this, but you flip this switch and push this button, and you just you hold it against it or stab it with enough force, and it will hold, and you just do it, etc.
Yeah.
But so you know it's like you flip this switch, you push a button, and it will activate, and then either you've got to hold the bottle against the creature or stab it in with enough force that it stays in for a little while at least. to weaken it and suck it in with the help.
So I would need.
Something.
What?
Something.
Trying to the skirmish, I suppose, because it's close combat, isn't it? Essentially,
That I I would allow skirmish.
I can't see that I could finesse it. That seems a bit far.
It's not really a finessey kind of thing.
Yeah.
I got so many of your sheets open. I think this is your one. Hold on.
I've not got anything in skirmish, so.
I mean,
Oh.
could you finesse it? Like, finessing is pickpocketing. This is like reverse pickpocket.
You're not really trying to deftly put something in her pocket or anything. You are either jamming this thing into her side and holding it, or you are stabbing this thing into her.
I tried.
So I wouldn't accept finesse really.
Who's around me at the moment? Hicks got knocked off.
His attack got knocked away, but he is still there and able to assist if needed.
I feel like I'd shout to Hicks to give me a hand with stabbing this thing in.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we can do that as some sort of joint thing, I feel like 2 sets would be better than 1. And she's currently hooked, so she isn't the most mobile.
If Hicks wishes to assist,
I
you can have a bonus dice, but Hicks will have to pay a stress.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
Okay, so skirmish,
That's
desperate.
fine. Also,
Hello.
I offer you a devil's bargain
Oh my
to gain
God.
another extra dice.
I mean, I do like more dice.
You will gain an extra dice, but if you fail, you will take a level 2 harm. So
Yeah,
you'll be able
sure.
you'll be able to roll 3 dice.
So desperate,
it'll be
standard, and bonus 2.
Standard 2 extra dice, yes.
Dice. Dice, come on.
You go to and you have like Hicks like kind of trying to like almost create a distraction so that it's like paying attention to her rather than you.
Yeah.
And you go to stab this thing in, and it just, while it's kind of like flailing wildly, it just kind of like is like almost like it's like got its claws. It's like it's hard to describe. Its hand is like the back of its hand is facing its face, and it kind of reels its arm backwards, and you just happen to be there, and you get a scratch, a fairly large, fairly deep scratch across your chest.
Okay.
So take a level 2 harm of chest scratch, say.
Yeah.
That'll do. But so yeah, you get reeled back a little bit. You've not been like knocked over or anything like that, but you have taken this pretty bad wound across your chest.
Yeah.
Then Hicks, you've just tried to help Mist in trying to get this bottle attached, but yeah, it didn't go well. It just accidentally, like, it really was like almost as much as this thing is obviously trying to harm and is trying to go after this man, it was an accident that it caught Mist.
Right.
But yeah, what are you wishing to do, Hicks?
Is there any way that I can grab that bottle and shove it in her blood? Hi, Bella. Let's see. So the bottle, is it still on you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mist still has the bottle.
And we're trying to stab it in her.
I'm kind of imagining that the reason that she took the scratch straight to the chest is because she's more busy with protecting the bottle.
Yeah.
Right.
So if Mist is happy to hand over said bottle, then you may attempt to get this thing attached to her or hold it against them.
I was having to go for like prowl, and go straight in kind of thing, like.
Yep, some sort of like while she's like still pretty distracted by having this hook around her.
Yeah, I'm hoping to
So
like, get in, grab the bottle, and then just shank her.
yep, I will allow for a prowl.
Desperate,
standard. I
No
can't think of any devil's bargains other than the various harms that could possibly befall.
I'm just
but,
gonna go. Hopefully, just go. No bonuses and go for it. Got a 4.
I will say, so you have managed to. You managed to jab this thing. Are you literally looking to attach it, or are you looking to kind of press it against them and hold it?
Just probably attach it.
So you're looking to just trying to stab it into them and get back.
Is her body like in a skeletal kind of way?
It is now almost like a kind of a twisted caricature of a skeleton in this kind of red bridal gown.
She'll probably just try and crank it in one of the skeletal areas where there's a bit of a gap.
So you just stab it into her, but this is a success with a complication. So I will say that the complication is that as you stab it in, she reflexively just shoots an elbow back, and it clocks you just straight in the ribs.
Ooh.
And it's very painful, and I'm going to say you take a level 1 harm of cracked rib.
Ouch! Cracked rib on level 1.
Yes.
Just confirm it for me, please. Or does it need to be higher?
Hold on, where the fuck is it? There it is. There you go. That's the one.
Right.
So yeah, you've managed to stab this thing in, and you can see kind of like the arcing electricity kind of pulsing in, and she screeches and starts flailing even more wildly as this thing is shocking her and doing something to her. It's not looking pleasant on her part.
Right.
But yeah, bad shit all round. Cheshire!
Yeah!
All this shit is going down. What are you doing?
I'm gonna shank her!
You're gonna shank her?
Yeah!
Go the hell ahead. She is restrained. She is being shocked by this bottle device.
Oh, does that change anything then?
I'm gonna say that with this, the things have started to go from desperate to just risky.
Okay.
And standard effect. And do I want to offer you any sort of bargain? I will offer you a devil's
will? Okay.
With a lot of these bargains, it's going to be, if you fail, bad shit.
I mean, that's pretty much how the bargain goes, yes.
Pretty much, but it's going to be more physical bad shit. You can take an extra dice.
Yes.
But if you take the extra dice and you fail, you will take a level 2 harm.
I'll risk it. Because that gives me 3 dice.
It does give you 3 dice.
Eat! Nice.
That is 2 whole 5s, which is technically a success.
Oh
So
my god!
you do manage to do the thing. You run forward and just stab into her with this electroplasmic sword,
Lightsaber.
and she screeches in pain and is still flailing against this hook around her neck, and this device now attached to her. I need some sort of consequence, because it is a success with a consequence. I don't really want to do just harm. I think with this, I'm just going to do you take a point of stress,
That's fine.
because this is a pretty fucking stressful situation.
Yeah!
It's a tad.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So this is we've done Cheshire. We now go to Thunder. You are currently corralling this motherfucker.
I wish to keep doing that thing.
Can I
He is
assist?
he is struggling intensely. If you wish to assist in any way, you can take a stress, and John can take an extra dice.
I'll do it. Just in like holding the rope and however the
Yeah.
step works. Holding.
In
onto
holding.
it.
and just helping hold onto the rod and stuff like that.
Another body weight, essentially.
Yeah. So yeah, you get an extra dice and an extra and a stress has been spent
Yep.
on the mist. So yeah, I'd roll me something to keep holding on to this dish.
I'm assuming a skirmish.
A skirmish would work.
We're back down to risky, aren't we?
We're down to risky at the moment, yes, because she's struggling a lot. She is in a great deal of what you would assume pain. Once again, it's hard to tell with Ghost,
pain.
but she is now kind of being corralled, and you can tell, like, especially you, Thunder, she is starting to weaken, but she is still incredibly dangerous and incredibly strong.
Okay.
Yep, risky, standard, and you get an extra dice.
Success.
That's a success.
Nice.
With terms of, so you do manage to hold her, and she is still held by your hook, and stuff. She is, as part of the consequence, she is starting to almost drag you along.
Right.
She is strong. You don't know if you don't think it's enough that she's going to be able to get away and just drag you down this alleyway, but she is still fighting.
She's putting up a real good fight.
Yeah, she is fighting with every single thing she has to drag you with her to try and get this person.
Anyone else feel like we're fishing at the minute?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, but either way, you are still holding her. You are still in control of her. Miss, what are you gonna do? I mean, you're currently hanging on this light hook, being an extra body. But is there anything else you wish to try and do?
Can I? I'm kind of wondering whether I can survey to spot something to kind of pull on top of her. You know, like boxes get stored in alleyways. Whether I can spot anything of use around, maybe? But if not, like, I think I would just be holding on.
I will say that at this point, because she's dragged you forward a little bit, I said when this whole thing started that it was like when the man got into a particularly dark area where like some of the lights weren't working.
Mhm.
She has now pulled you into an area where some electroplasmic lights are working.
Okay.
And there are some boxes and things around. But if you make me a roll of some degree, I will be able to tell you more.
Yeah, I think I'd survey
Survey.
to see if there's anything else.
Yep.
Still risky.
Still risky, still standard. I can't really think of how I could put a devil's bargain in here, but
Yeah, that's
that is a success.
yeah.
Yeah, there are a good number of boxes and things like that. You do. There are also a couple of like metal trash cans as well that are like they're all the way down this alleyway. They're trash cans dotted along the entire thing, and there, like I said, there are electroplasmic lights as well, which, if utilized in the right way, because especially since the last time when you were fighting that strange ghost creature in the manor,
Yeah.
there was a point where Thunder was able to pull like residual electroplasm from the lights there. So, and just that alone was enough to stun the creature in the mansion, in the manor. So, fully functional lights might be able to do something interesting given
Yeah.
the proximity of various metallic objects as well.
I suppose
things
also
like
I've still got the mesh net thing somewhere.
You do have the
It's in
net
tatters, but
the net is just it's fucking broken, but it's still it would still be possible to possibly chuck it over. You don't know how useful it would be, but it does still have some of the metal loops and stuff on it.
yeah, I could in theory connect it to light source and use it with a bit of power going through it, maybe.
Possibly,
Mm,
it might take some MacGyver, but
yeah, and that would be like, I guess, tinkering, because that's the electroplasmic.
yeah, I would say tinkering would make
I don't
sense.
have anything in tinkering.
Okay,
So
I can offer you a bargain. I can provide you a dice. But if you fail, you will be shocked and will take a level 2 harm.
oh, that would be my second level 2 if I do.
It would be.
So if I have 2 level 2s, what happens?
From my understanding, at least how I am doing it, is that when like as you see on the end of the boxes of harm, there's like less effect, -1 ding, need help.
Yeah.
With the boxes that are 2, I don't know if this is the official, but this is how I'm going to be doing it. Is that if you fill both boxes of that, so if you fill in that second level 2 harm, you will take -1 dice until those are made. They are put. Until you do enough healing to drag them down to level 1 harm, you will take 1 dice penalty.
Yeah.
So everything you do will be -1.
Have we got anyone in the group that's done tinkery things
I don't
that
believe.
Mist would have seen? We've not got any tinkerers, have we?
I believe. I don't believe anyone's properly done tinkering. I think you've possibly seen some lockpicking done, which I believe. I believe Hicks has used tinkering a few times, but they've been more effective when they've used other things.
Yeah.
But I don't believe anyone has properly tinkered with anything.
I don't think Mist would do it. I think Mist would be sensible enough to know that you don't play
You don't play with electrics.
with, essentially, yeah. That she's got zero experience of it, and while the idea would be amazing if it works, like,
It's not good if it doesn't.
I'm fairly sure she'd have more sense than
There-
to
there-
do that.
There is that point. There is that point.
As much as there's a chunk of me that really, really wants to risk
mean,
it just isn't
so
in her character to.
I'm going to offer another thing for free. While you can see the electroplasmic lights going down this alleyway, things like that, you do also have a couple of vials of electroplasm,
Yeah.
which, if utilized, could cause temporary effects that are akin to having a charge run through something.
And a hook? Has the hook got stuff in it already?
The hook is already like crackling with electricity. It's a hook designed specifically to grab onto ghosts, so it uses electroplasm.
And how? So I could stab her with something with it.
You could try and chuck it over her. You could throw it at her. You could throw it at something, like you could throw it at one of the trash cans, and maybe it might arc to her, or chuck it in front of her to create a pool of the stuff. There's a variety of things you could.
Yeah,
at least this is how I'm understanding electroplasm, at the very least. So,
I will chuck it to be kind of underneath her, so as she's being held down,
she's
so that
like
it kind of arcs up to her,
Yeah.
but is hopefully away from people.
almost as if we are to bring it to Destiny. Like you're hitting one of the fanatic, like the Vex
Yeah.
fanatic, with the pool of electric liquid.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
can I? What's a general attack kind of roly things?
Prowl, skirmish, wreck. Hunt also is like precision shooting from a distance. Or it's a
It isn't
Whatever.
a finesse thing. I don't think I can do it in any particularly fancy way that works with
not
that.
really.
And it definitely isn't any of my other skills. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go. It doesn't make any difference then, does it really? What one I go for because I've got skill in it.
Not particularly, unless anyone wishes to try and help and take a stress for their trouble.
Nope.
I can try for another stress to help her.
I'm,
Then-
on 4 stresses, but
I'm
not-
starting to run out of stresses to give.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair. That is fair. So, Tanny, Hicks, if you want to take a stress,
I'll take another stress. I'll put it on.
So I will put it under skirmish.
You can
So
do this.
that-
Yeah,
can I think of a bargain? Can't really think of a bargain. So
Okay.
it's and obviously you can also push yourself if you want to and take 2 stress yourself to get another extra dice. But obviously that is up to you.
Got 6 stress left.
You do.
And I'd really like to zap the crap out of her.
Zap.
Yeah, screw it, why not?
So yeah, add the 2 stress and you get 2 bonus dice then.
2 dice.
We gotta kick her ass.
3 and a 4. That is the polar opposites of success and failure. So you kind of like, while you're holding on with one hand onto this lightning hook, and to help Thunder hold her in place, you grab this you grab one of the vials of electroplasm from your bag, and you just fucking huck it just in front of her feet, and it just smashes like exactly where you want it. I'm trying to think of, because it is a success with a complication. What could be a complication? What could it be? What could it be?
I have, in throwing it, slipped with a hook and am sat on the floor currently.
Sure, as you throw it, you manage to smash it exactly where you want, but at that point, because you're only holding on with one hand, she just jolts, and your grip is knocked away, and it just so happens as well that the hook, like the pole of the hook, knocks into you, and just it knocks you, like you said, knocks you on your ass.
Yep.
So you are currently on your ass, but you have got this pool of electroplasm at her feet, and yeah, just at that point, she kind of like she's close enough to it already that it just immediately just starts arcing at her. So she screeches as this arcing electricity just starts just zapping at her as well, and the hook around her neck, and the thing and the bottle attached to her,
It's
and
having a real bad day.
she once again, she's still struggling, but she has like weakened substantially. She is like she's starting to slow down a bit. She's like jolting from the shocking, and she's like it's not long for her.
Yeah.
Just get in the bottle.
Bitch.
It'll be so much easier if you do stop fighting it.
Get away from the bottle, bitch.
Hicks, then.
Oh boy.
Is there anything you're wishing to do to try and push her closer to getting in that damn bottle?
Stabbing her.
You can try to stab her if you wish to.
With a blade or two, I'm gonna stab her
Yep.
with skirmish.
Yep. Roll me a skirmish then.
Desperate, submit, sounded.
Just
Ah,
desperate
submit.
with limited effect.
Oh, I gotta do that again.
Actually, no, risky with limited effect. Sorry.
Risky, limited, submit, no bonus dice.
No.
Got a 4.
You do manage to stab her, but as it's a regular blade, it doesn't do as much as you would want. It has stabbed into her, and she does kind of react to it, and she does like screech as if something has hit her, but it's not done as much as you would like. It's not done as much as it would be if you stabbed the person.
I just realized I've got something here. Let's see what this is.
But it has weakened her a little bit more.
Oh, but I don't think that would. Then again.
Hey, Cheshire! It's Cheshire
Hello.
time! Cheshire, it's time for you to do a thing. What the hell are you gonna do?
I want to finish her. 'Cause she's just like not there. It's like, honey, it's time to let go.
So yeah, go and try and finish her.
I've got stress points. I'll push this if that's okay.
Push it. Go ahead then. So
Push it
spend-
real good.
spend 2 stress and you get an extra dice.
Well,
4, 3, or
fuck
1.
I did that.
You do indeed hit her. You get with the club. You just kind of like stab with the prongs sticking out of the top, and she screeches loudly, and kind of she with this hit, she drops to her, in air quotes, knees, and she's still trying to crawl away, but she is like millimeters from getting in that bottle. Thunder, you have a weakened ghost with your hook around her neck and a spirit bottle attached to her. What are you doing?
Can I do a skirmish to sort of pull back on the hook and like slam her into like the?
If that's what you're wanting to do, I will allow that.
The ground, or just like a box or something to just like.
I will allow for you to try and kind of almost pull on her to try and just jam her in that bottle.
Yeah. I'm gonna skirmish.
And if anyone wishes to assist with it, or if anyone wishes to do anything,
Oh,
now's the time to speak up.
I mean, I'm sat on my ass, so we aren't much use.
I have 4 spaces of stress points.
I'll pose.
You pose.
Yes.
Is that a pose in the effort to help? Because
Yes.
if you're helping, you take a stress.
Yes, I will pose and help. Like
Can
Then-
Joker
help as
style.
well, or is it just one person doing it?
You could, if anyone else wishes to help. Once again, I'm not 100% sure if that's the rules, but I'm allowing that if any other people want to help, they spend a stress and he gets another dice.
I'm gonna spend a express.
You're going to spend an express.
Gonna spend an express.
Desperate, or are we at risky? What are we at?
We're at risky. She's still. You can tell this thing is still dangerous, but she is now weakened to the point of.
Okay. And we're level 2 bonus dice because
2 bonus dice. As Cheshire.
Cheshire and Hicks are assisting.
Yes. Oh, come
Wow!
on!
Jesus fucking Christ!
That is
Oh.
actually painful.
You know what? You know what? I'm saying bullshit to that roll. Do it again.
Okay.
what should just be the same?
I'm
I mean,
calling bullshit to that.
If it's
I'm-
if it's the same, if it's 3 more ones, Thunder dies. Like,
Just blows up.
just throwing
It's
it out
explode.
there.
Alright, do it.
If this
Good
is
card.
3 ones again,
Or it's like 666.
we're right. I'm positing we're right near the end, and this is a thing that realistically Thunder should be able to do. I am not accepting 3 ones.
as I said, if this is 3 ones again, dead.
Yep.
That is
It's
not
alright.
3 ones. That
That's
is
a 2, 3, 4.
5, 6.
that is a 2, 3, 4. I am going to say with that is 2 failures and a success, but we take
Oh.
the highest one. So you just yank back as hard as you can. Your muscles are screaming in agony at the effort that they're having to deal with, and you heave back, and with one final shriek, she just a sound, and she just disappears into the bottle, and the lid snaps closed. But as a consequence, you are just heaving back, and you suddenly have nothing there, and you fall backwards, and you fall onto your lightning hook, which bends badly out of shape.
I'm gonna need to get that fixed before we do any more ghost busting.
Yep. And the bottle, and once it disappears in the bottom, the lid closes. You see it kind of almost floats in the air for a second, and then just clatters to the ground.
The Master Ball worked.
Yay!
What's the Master Ball?
I don't know.
It worked. What we need to know.
You don't know what Pokebands are, don't you?
And you have captured the Scarlet Bride.
Oh,
Dun, 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 dun.
A new entry has been added to your ghosty decks.
just underneath it. The Scarlet Bride. What the fuck is this thing?
Just gonna lay on
So-
the ground and the jaws are like proper like.
You are. You are. So you all kind of like take a little bit to
Minx
rest.
will
this- yeah.
get straight up and grab a bottle and wrap it up and put it in the bag. Like, seal it up as much as she can.
God.
Okay. You fucking wrap this thing up and you shove it in your bag.
Pass the parcel thing.
You sit down and you take a breather, and from down the alleyway you hear down the alleyway, not the direction the guy ran, but the direction the guy was going before he got attacked. You hear footsteps.
Thunder just
Oh,
lays on the ground.
Hicks will just quickly just try and find her goggles and the scarf straight away, despite the fact that she is also making an effort of not bleeding a lot because she's in fucking pain.
and out of the darkness comes a male figure in kind of just like dark trousers, like a dark shirt or dark coat with like a white shirt underneath it, and he's wearing a fairly ornate looking mask.
Hey.
Can anyone tell me if that's something we need to pay attention to, or can I just stay here for a few more minutes?
He continues like walking towards you and kind of stops like a little ways away from you, but not like a little ways away, not so to like not seem too threatening.
Mhm.
And he just stares at you for a little while and like looks over you all.
I'm just quickly putting the scarf and goggles back on.
I just, as all this is happening, I get a cigarette and it's just like. Like that.
He watches you do this. He
And I
reaches
just burn through the cigarette in one go.
he reaches for his mask and starts lifting it, and then suddenly just lifts it clean off. Goes, "Oh, that was a nasty one, wasn't it?"
Yeah.
And it's Chipperton, the gondolier. the guy who got you out of the train station when you were getting the club.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
my god.
I'm just gonna
I
stay
just
down here then.
immediately see this guy immediately take another cigarette. Hi.
That will hurt you that will hurt in the morning. Oh, that will hurt. Oh.
Oh, I don't give a fucking shite, mate. Hi, it's a pleasure.
Hicks is just like holding where the side where she was stabbed. Like, so we got any fucking something to wrap my sides with? I am fucking
Got a
bleeding
plaster?
right now.
So, I'm afraid I don't have any. I'm afraid. Oh, I was sorry to only come now. I was only told a little while ago that you might need some help, but
well, I
didn't
do.
need it. Huh?
Like, is it?
We
I
didn't
mean-
even have to summon you with a lamp this time.
If you can find some bandages, that'd be great.
Well, so look here. I mean, I've got my handkerchief. If you want that, that might help a little bit at least. I don't really have any bandages on me.
Is it clean?
Only
Shit.
snotted on it 3 times.
There you go, Hicks.
Thanks.
He comes up to you.
Enough.
He comes up to you like tucking his mask away back in a bag, and starts like just like kind of holds it at your side. Goes, anyone got anything like you can? Any like long bits of cloth? Any of you? Any of you at all?
I can probably take off my jacket and use it that. And she does that. She takes off her big cut.
Oh no, never mind, never mind. He grabs the rope that you tried to use earlier, wraps that around your waist, and just like kind of like pulls it tight. and kind of like holds the handkerchief against your side and just like knots the rope. That'll do for now. I mean, you might need to get that dressed a little bit better, but it'll keep keep most of you in.
He just points at him. You didn't see my face, did you?
What about your face?
You didn't see it, did you?
We're going to talk about that later, Hicks. Just
Oh,
No, it's
a few more minutes.
do you guys need a ride? I sorry I couldn't help you get the nasty, but I can at least help you get back to the nest at the very least.
Please. That'll be fucking super happy, super appreciative of you, if you do.
All right then, follow me then. Or unless you need a couple more minutes, it's fine.
I just need to catch my breath. I'll be fine.
Oh, don't worry. I know the stresses. I know the stresses of your line of work, sir. I just love the fact that AB despises it.
And so he's
stress, mate, is an understatement.
he's back at the nest, is he?
Yeah, he instructed me to take you back there if I mean, he instructed me to try and help you if I could, but message only just got to me. Lucky I got here at all.
Yeah. Looks slightly suspicious. Is glad to have hidden the thing when I did, just in case.
Notices your suspicious expression. What?
Been a long day. Well, been a long night.
It has been but isn't it a lovely night? I kind of looks up into the sky at the cloud covering now.
I'm gonna rain check answering that until I've figured out these words.
Sort of around that time, Thunder just sort of pushes himself up off the ground and...
Oh, don't strain yourself. I'll help you. Come on.
You know,
He goes to help.
let's get this over with.
Hicks just kind of waddles. He's just like, fuck, holding the
Come on,
side.
come on, friends. Come on. You can. I'm only a little ways away.
I need a
I
big
never
for this.
ever thought I'd be saying this in my entire life. I just want to go to fucking bed.
So,
Oh, there'll be enough time for that once you've seen the boss.
I just grab like Chesh's like wrist, like not trying to go for like the hand holding, but just grabs it like, come on, like let's go.
And he leads you a little ways away, like where the route you were going to take would have taken you over a bridge into where's my map? I've got so many of your character sheets open. It's gotten ridiculous now. It's like you're down kind of like down here where you would go to like the southern island of Char Hollow, and you were supposed to like kind of like literally just go down one alleyway. So you're like probably around about there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And his gondola is there, and he helps you all into the gondola, and he gets you all sat down and starts punting down this river. It's a lovely evening though, nice and brisk. It's a nice brisk kind of temperature, isn't it?
Before we leave, Mist would have asked him to help gather up any of the like scattered supplies that we left.
Chip would have gladly done so because Chip's amazing.
Yep.
And so he would have helped you gather up as much as he could. Obviously, with the shattered electroplasm vial, he couldn't do much to help there. But he
No, but
got
like the rope and the that sort of stuff.
The rope, the net, and the...
everything else. He helped you. He helped you clear up as best you could.
Yeah.
And like I said, starts punting off down the river, and he's like the way you saw it before. He's chatty. He's like talking about the weather and about his mum and about like a nice pie he had the other day. It's really good.
Mist would be chatting with him.
So, the crust. Oh, the crust was lovely. Oh, probably the best pie I've had in a while. It's a shame I didn't take a note of what the guy's name was who was selling it. It was one of the street stalls. It was gorgeous. Nice big thick bits of eel it had in it. It was lovely. It was,
Probably just zonked out at this point until they arrived at the destination.
and it gets to like the because it's literally on the fourth bridge between Crowsfoot and Char Hollow. So it's like this bridge here. So it's literally just like down this river. He helped you get down. But it was you getting you off the streets and there. But like he helped once again, gets you there. He ties up his gondola and helps you all off. And it's like, yeah, there we go. So you know where the boss is. You know where the nest is. He's in there.
Thanks.
Slouches over.
Oh, let me
Thank
know
you,
if you
mate.
ever do find the place for that pie. I want to try one.
Oh yeah, of course. Where can I find you if I suppose technically if I just go to Mr. Baz, he'll
He'll know where
he'll
to get a message to me.
probably be able to find you. That's fine. I'll let him know. I know he'd be glad to know as well. He loves a good pie.
No, this is true.
Yeah, of course he does. Oh, he's a great man. Great man he is. Anyway, I'll see you all around. Have a good evening, Oliver, and try and get some nice bit of sleep tonight, because very late, and you've had a hard day.
Thank
And he
you.
just
Bye.
Yeah.
pulls the rope off the gondola and pumps away. He's just whistling happily to himself.
I never
Yeah.
want to see him again.
And now, watch that if we ever play this again, he will be a main character.
Yeah, but
He'll have reached the top of the local Nazi squads of evil people.
He will be the big bad. Anyway, you're back at the net. You're dropped off literally right near the nest, and
Nice.
I'm assuming you enter. I'm assuming,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
and he and Bob at the bar just immediately looks up with his one non-cataract eye. Yeah. And the guys at the back, guarding the back doors, just suddenly spring to attention. It's you feel that one of them was probably I think probably both of them were probably asleep. And it's like
And they heard the
Yeah. they're awoken by the yeah. Oh right, yeah. Yeah. Boss one you. So yeah, come on. And both of them, like one of them takes the lead to lead you down the corridors. One of them follows behind you all, and you're led down the snaking corridors of the nest down
You
to the.
have, for flavour's
Hmm?
sake, that at least one person is bleeding slightly on the carpets.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say, realistically speaking, the person who probably sustained one of the worst injuries is probably Hicks. So, yeah, you've got the occasional drip of blood dripping onto the carpet. And as you go past, there's one old man who's mopping the floor ahead of you, and as you go past, he's like, "Ah, for fuck's sake!"
Sorry.
And he just once he shoots you like a dirty look as you go past, and he starts mopping the blood out again. And you get led all the way down to Bazo Baz's office, and knock on the door. They come in, and you are the door is open before you. You are allowed into the office. My friends.
Falls in the floor.
Oh, go, get him up. Go and get someone who can deal with that. And one of the guys who led you down runs off down the corridor, and just go, sit down. All of you sit down.
Slumps on chair.
Yeah, I would slam, but I don't do my normal.
And
Yeah, just helps Hicks into a chair.
Yeah, literally, pretty much as soon as you're the last of you sit down, a guy, a kind of a probably middle 50s kind of guy, relatively short and stocky, comes in, and says, "You cool, boss?" And yeah, sort that out. Sort. I mean, I see a few of them got being pretty badly banged up. Can you Oh yeah, of course, sir. And well, the guy starts treating. He's not like stitching you up or anything like that, but he's at least like bandaging you and like getting like fresh dressings on your wounds and things like that. And he said, and pretty much throughout the next little bit of conversation, this guy is just like helping put bandages on you and like asking you to like hold compresses while he just like
Yeah.
gets a bandage out, get you all bandaged up and stuff like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks, mate.
So, how'd it go?
Fucking great.
We got the ghost.
We did it.
And
Well, look at us.
well, for all I know, you could have gotten the shit kicked out of you and she ran off.
Fucking did it.
She was huge. No one said she grew in size. What the hell is that thing?
No
Sure.
one knows.
I don't think that was a ghost. That seemed to be more fucking demonic than the other thing.
Oh, if it was a demon, you'd know it.
Oh yeah, I definitely.
I mean, realistically speaking, one of you would have probably died.
If it was a demon,
all
I
of
would
you.
have known it.
Yeah. More importantly, your friend there would have most certainly known the difference between a demon and a devil and a ghost.
She was damn angry, that was for sure. And that
Yeah,
poor
no-
guy pissed
no
himself
one-
and all.
Did he now? Oh, thank goodness. Well,
Did he die though, guys? I can't fucking tell.
Someone's gonna have to teach him how to run. If you're gonna send him out on jobs like that again.
no, we're not going to send him out any jobs. That was a bit of a.
He was just in
He was
debt.
just a. It was just a useful happenstance that he owed us. He owed us. We needed someone who was going to be recently married, who we didn't particularly give a shit about.
Well, for his own sake, I hope he learns to run.
Well, he might learn,
And hopefully
especially
not
after
running
dealing
again.
with that thing. After dealing with that thing, he might never go into an alleyway again.
That might also not be a bad plan.
Yeah, but you got her though.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can I see?
What are you gonna do with her?
I don't want her. I just want to see.
Okay. We'll fish it out of my bag
And now
and
that
very
you,
carefully hand it over.
as you hand it over, you notice that the runes that were carved along the bottle are glowing bright. Like they weren't glowing bright red at first,
Yeah.
but when you got it out, and then they're now glowing a bright red. And I'm going to assume that's her in there because I'm sure as hell not going to fucking open it to make sure. I'm going to
No,
take your
I
word
will.
on it.
Why not?
Yeah.
She was so delightful. Says with a smirk on her face.
No, she weren't. I knew of a few people. One of my associates' brothers was one of her victims early on. Wasn't pretty.
So, what are you going to do with her now?
Like I said, I don't want her. You can do what you want with her.
It's a bag.
Don't suppose you know anybody who would, seal this little fucker away?
I might have some contacts for that.
Good, because that thing should not be going any on the streets anymore. That thing needs sealed away and never to be seen for all fucking eternity.
I mean, we could always put the bottle back.
Oh, I don't fucking trust that guy with it. If he's saying he belongs to that one dude, that one bloke who's related to the Emperor, whatever you call him, or older than the Emperor, as someone said, or something like that. I don't know.
Old
Something with
as.
the Emperor. Old as the Emperor. I don't feel. I'm not gonna lie, that place that we went to did not feel great. Gave me the bad vibes ever.
I mean, if he's just locking that stuff away, keeping it off the streets, it's... You know.
I don't fucking trust that shit. I think we should give it to somebody who would lock it away and never use it.
Figure it out.
Not a lot
Mhm.
of people like that.
Look,
it
as long
away.
as she doesn't show up at my wedding, that's all good with me.
Oh,
Um,
congratulations.
I'm not
I
getting
can bring
married.
her in the bottle if you like.
No, I'll pass.
I mean, it'll prove she's not out.
Fuck all of you.
Anywho, at least that's done. Feel we all need a lot of sleep.
Oh,
I'm sleeping for like
Hello?
the next
Hello?
week.
hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, my internet has decided that this is the best time.
No! What a freaking piss ass.
We were discussing the fact that Cheshire didn't want her to show up at the wedding, and I suggested I could bring her in a bottle.
Never, ever.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get this. I'm
No,
trying.
you're
I'm
fine.
trying to get this thing sorted. But I
Okay.
prefer to talk on my computer itself because
It's okay. We'll keep roleplaying if you'd like.
Currently just winding each other up in the office.
If that's not the standard.
Oh, come on.
So you say sleep's the plan now, but you know that brothel wasn't too bad.
This is basically like staring at all three of you, by the way. Suspiciously, like.
I mean, I'm not suggesting for you at the moment, Hicks. So,
No, but she has
missed.
something
You've
else. She's got something else on her mind because what just happened. So, fuck say shit. Don't fuck say shit.
Yeah, Mist isn't saying anything about it.
Mm-mm.
yeah. Thunder would talk about it maybe back at the bookmakers.
But not in that office. And at least not until, wounds have healed and people be safe. Mist would request a pie.
I think Miss would probably would ask for a fucking whiskey or something. Drink all in one.
Yeah, she doesn't drink a huge amount. Like, can't beat a pie. Gotta have a free pie, you know. It's been a long night. We've worked hard. Deserves a pie.
It's not a bad shout.
Might be good.
I like to think whilst you guys are getting patched up, Mist is trying hard to look composed and like just dabbing away at the big scratch across her chest, like just
I mean, I was going to say, surely you're also getting patched up with that, aren't you?
yeah, she would be to some extent, but like to begin with, because it would be not quite as much as having your guts nearly falling out. She'd sort of be, trying to look composed. No sign of weakness and all that. That was what she'd learn in the prison.
I'm gonna have a pie that's cigarette flavored.
How's that possible?
That's just called a cigarette.
No, that's just called a burnt pie.
That's just an ashtray,
Exactly.
maybe?
Exactly. I can feel the joys of tobacco while satisfying my stomach. I mean, it's a good deal, in my opinion.
Is that just an ashtray with, like, a pastry covering?
Can you stop judging my choices, Thunder?
I'm not judging, I'm just questioning.
Yeah, you both shut up. I've got a headache.
Alright,
no,
Hickey.
Fucking stop calling me Hickey, you bitch.
Sure thing, Hickey.
Fuck off, bitch boy.
Bitch.
I struck a nerve, bitch boy.
You know what? Small sacrifice, Hickey.
Middle fingers up.
Shoe flies across the room. Pack it in the parody.
I think I'm going to try 2 of
Concentrate on
each next time at the brothel.
Mist just looks slightly puzzled. Just like, shakes her head slightly.
Well, more to watch during downtime.
Okay. Are you able to hear me properly?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you properly.
Yeah, I'm going to have to use my mobile because my I don't know what the hell's happened to my Wi-Fi. It's gone completely.
It's alright.
It's all good.
Alright, you're good.
So I don't know what has been said throughout this entire thing.
We've just been
the long
going
and
back
short
and
of it is we've been patched up. We've ordered pies.
Yeah.
We are talking about going and having a long sleep.
He's called
Yeah.
Treasure a bitch boy.
Yeah.
So
Treasure called Hickey.
I feel if you ask for a pie, he'll happily get someone to go and get you one, and it's quickly brought down, and it's and like I said, the guy that he's gotten to get you patched up is patching you all up as best he can. As it's not, you probably still will need to possibly get a proper doctor to see it, but it's enough that you're not bleeding.
You don't need
profusely
to
anymore.
right now.
Yeah, it's enough that possibly tomorrow you'll have to try and find someone to patch you up a bit better. But yeah, you're fairly okay.
Mist took back the vial.
Yeah, he would have like pushed the bottle back over to you. I said I don't know how much you heard, but he said he'd gladly take it off your hands, but he don't know who he'd sell it to because the guy he gave the details to Thunder about the other ghost you captured. He doesn't know if this will be his kind of thing.
Okay.
But he goes, well, either way, you've done me a great service, and I won't forget that. And I think we can possibly do some business in the future. You scratched my back, I'll scratch yours.
Sure, just don't contact us for another good year.
Well, I mean, if
Or it'd
anything
be
comes
sooner
up,
than-
give us a shout.
Probably sooner than that, but
If you pay well, I'll consider, mate.
like I said, I mean, you're trying to set up in my turf. You have to remember that.
Your
But-
They've had a long day. We all have.
You have to remember your place. Was it named Cheshire, wasn't it?
I hate you.
No, you don't.
Fuck up, Cheshire.
I don't, but in the moment, I kind of do.
But anyway, you've done me a great service. You have ensured my daughter's safety and the safety of her fiance. And that carries a lot of weight. And carries a lot of weight with two, not to blow my own trumpet, but pretty big players here in Crowsfoot. But, like I said, you've got a friend in me, and I'll put in a very good word with you, with the Hive as well.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
All that has to say is, I've got a wedding to sort out now.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm going to bed.
Good,
I mean-
good luck with the wedding.
I probably can't get you into the ceremony itself, but if you want to come to the after party,
Drinks.
Wouldn't say no. Appreciate it.
that's fine. I'll let you know when we get closer to the date. So we're going to try and get this done as quickly as we can now because we've had to postpone.
Yeah,
So,
no more
it'll
reason
probably
to
be-
put it off.
Oh, and these kids are desperate to tie the knot.
Yeah, done by them.
So you'll probably get your invitation in the next few days, and it'll probably be in the next few days.
A week.
Nice. Well, yeah. Look forward to receiving the invite.
Absolutely.
We best go get patched up.
You best get patched up and best rest up as well. and he shakes each of your hands as you go. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Oh, you did great work.
Ta.
And the two guards lead you back out, and you return back to your bookmakers. And I'm going to quickly go through this, but literally like a day later, you get an invite to the after party of the wedding.
Yeah.
Aww.
Between Teresa Baz and Una Maha, and it's like literally an invite for like 2 days time.
Alright.
You and I'm going to quickly go through it, but if there's anything you want you to do during the after party of the wedding, just what you just say whatever you did.
I was gonna say beforehand, like probably the next morning, as we all wake up and like everyone's in the same room as Hicks. So like saying, "All right, then out with it. Out with it, come on."
So
Tell
what's
me.
up with the face?
There you go. She just looks around real quick and does she suspect anyone else except for them three?
You don't see any sign of anyone else.
She takes the scarf and the goggles off. This just shows like the jaw's not unhinged anymore. It's like not split anymore, but you can see like a line between the chin, like in the middle of the chin. And I was born with it, okay?
Maybe it's
Yes.
Maybelline.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Sorry.
No, I've been born with it. Family said I'm from Tekaros, where got the demon trait. What my family said. So
Oh.
Huh.
All right.
that's the reason why I have to wear the mask. Because normally I would go out and just not give a shit. But the fact is that people kind of do give a shit and probably be scared by it. So
Is this before or after we got the invite? Are you saying this?
I would say like, the morning.
Yeah, the morning after. So it's like before you got the invite.
Yeah.
Well, I guess.
I mean, honestly, after all this, we've seen weirder.
Good. Because I felt kind of comfortable knowing the fact is that bitch was even crazier.
Eh.
We
Yeah.
should.
Doesn't change anything. Not really.
Not really. After that bullshit we just pulled and all the credit monsters, I thought you'd be on my ass.
No, you're still small in the baby, Hickey.
Oh, fuck off, bitch boy.
We should get you a fancy mask for the wedding.
Oh shit, yeah.
Ooh. We could all get masks.
I mean, it's just so you know, guys, the rest of my body's fine. Just so you know, it's just the mouth and the eyes. Nothing else. Okay? And also my tongue's really weird as well. She like sticks her tongue out, it's like a probably thick snake tongue kind of thing.
Nice little party trick.
Yeah. There's some interesting characters in the prison.
There's just a little bit of demon blood.
She
running
grabs
through you.
like she kind of grabs. So alright, cool, you're calling me then. So she grabs like an apple or whatever kind of food, and the jaw's just unhinged, and she just devours the food in one go.
Okay, that's unusual.
Dude, that's. Told you it's fucking weird.
Yeah, we'll get used to it. It's fine.
I know I don't suck blood.
Yeah, that's vampires.
I'm not a vampire. As far as I'm concerned, I just have this really fucking weird mouth.
So you get invited to the wedding.
Wedding.
And
Da, da, da.
I'm assuming you go, and it's in a pretty nice venue.
We do aim to get
In-
a fancy mask beforehand.
Yep.
I want
I'm just
to-
gonna say yes. You get a fancy mask for Hicks, and it's in a very nice venue. It's like in one of the venues, kind of close to. I'm gonna say it's in a fairly nice place, like a nice hall in Charter Hall. And it's nicely lit. It's got lanterns hanging down and nice white sashes, and like the tables are beautifully decorated, and they've got lovely centerpieces. And while you're there, you just while you're mingling and all that stuff, you just hear like a booming voice from across the room. It's like, my friends, and Baz comes like pushing through the other people and grabs you all in a massive bear hug.
Nice.
And couldn't have done this without you lot. Oh no, couldn't have done it. Where is she? Krissa, go here. Anuna, and Jira, come on, over it. And he calls through the crowd, Carissa Baz, his daughter, Una Maha, and Jirha Maha. Jirha Maha is the leader of the hive, and Una Maha is her daughter.
Aww.
And so the Carissa and Una are both in they're both in they're not matching white dresses, but they're fairly similar in places, but they're beautiful dresses that flowing dresses down with and they've both got their the train. Is it a train? The long part of the dress? I can't remember.
Yeah.
But either way, that
Train.
they're kind of holding their own ones of those as they come through. These are the people I told you about.
Yeah.
And Carissa grabs each of your hands. Thank you so much. Oh, we couldn't have done this without any of you. We couldn't have. We've been waiting to do this for literally months. Isn't that right, Una? And Una, yes, that is correct. We've been waiting a long time.
Congratulations.
And Jira, so you are the ones who helped me, my daughter, and Carissa become one. We are very thankful to you. We will keep a good eye out and know that you have a friend in the hive.
Thank you.
Appreciated.
Thank you.
Glad we could help.
Right, we've all got to go still mingle. We've got a lot of people to talk to, but fantastic you're here. And they all kind of disappear off into the crowds. And there's a fair amount of people and a fair amount of lamp black presence as security.
Yeah.
And yeah, you have. I'm rushing through this because it's getting very late, but yeah, you have a wonderful time. It's very good. There's lovely food. There's nice drink, and it's an open bar, so you can drink as much as you like, and all that jazz.
Wasted.
Hicks can't get wasted because she's got a mask on, just trying to sleep.
And but yeah, you have a wonderful time, and you return back to your bookmaker hideout, and it's sadly at this point there's a handout I would like to distribute, but due to lack of internet, it's a bit hard to do so.
Meh.
So I'm going to have to read the thing, because I can read I can open the handout, I just can't send it to anyone.
Oh, man.
Weird.
because like I said, I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi right now. It's just literally like no internet, and it's not reconnecting at all. But anyway, so a few days go by after this job and after the wedding, and you hear a distinct little knock at the door,
I will answer it.
and staring into your soul is Runt.
Yeah!
How's
He
it going?
stares at you.
Do you have a lesson for me?
He slowly extends his arm and holds it out to you, a letter with a distinct wax seal on it.
Thank you. And then I slip him a pouch of coins. Thanks,
He
man.
takes the coins and holds it and just keeps staring.
Hicks, give him a grin.
Just stares at Thunder, knowing the fact I still have the goggles and the mask on. You fucking kidding me, right? Probably scared the poor thing.
Yeah.
I just turn back to Runt again. You have a good one, alright?
Yeah.
Treat yourself.
He just keeps staring up at you.
Treat yourself to the whatever. Yep.
Stares.
Is it like kind of like a blankless, like blank stares?
It's just a wide-eyed, like you know the kind of staring eyes that are in like Tim Burton animations. That kind of stare.
Hicks, just close the door. Just close the door.
Wait, no! Runt! Come here.
Once again, that same phenomenon of he starts staring at Cheshire, but Hicks, you can't determine when he stopped staring at you and started staring at Hicks.
You want round two, little buddy?
I
He's
should have
just
closed the
staring at
door.
you.
I will do another staring contest with him. And I
Then
will
roll me something to
No.
do the staring, and someone
I
will
will
have to tell me
delib-
what the result is.
I will deliberately let him win.
Oh, you're deliberately so I won't let you roll anything. That's fine.
Yeah.
So
I'll ask for about like 5 or so minutes, and then I'll blink, and I'll just be like, oh, there we go, you won.
there's a small smirk on his face. Continues.
You know, kid, I think you can intimidate even the strongest man with that stare, alright? You keep at it, okay?
He puts a little thumbs up.
Yay. And I let him go.
He's just staring there. He's just gonna stand at the door until someone closes it on him. He's gonna stand there.
Just close the door.
Is Thunder closing the door? Is Thunder doing it? Thunder do that?
Seems like so.
So yeah, door's being closed. Door has been closed. You've got a letter.
I read
It doesn't-
the letter out.
What's it say, Hicks?
Go on, Hicks. What does it say? The note was entitled "The Mysterious Note of Completion."
Nice.
Greetings, my friends. I believe congratulations are in order. You have made some powerful friends, and your transformation from rough gems into sparkling jewels is complete, just as I promised. I shall continue to keep a watchful eye on you all, and shall still send the occasional correspondence if I hear of jobs or rumors you might be interested that might interest you. Until then, I leave you with a small parting gift. If you follow Runt, he shall show you the way. Yours, the engineer.
Opens
Here.
door.
P.S. P.S. I shall be sure to contact you if I require any favors.
Don't blame him.
But yeah. that is the
Open
note.
store.
Runt is still there, staring.
Alright. Lead the way, buddy.
He turns on his heel and starts, like, not like running, but kind of like walking at
Walking
pace.
with purpose.
Yeah.
You're going to say an absolutely legs it.
Yeah. Fucking sprints away like Usain Bolt.
Yep, I run. I follow him.
And yeah, he leads you out of the bookmakers and kind of down some streets and through some alleyways to a kind of a what looks like a kind of it's a very very small warehouse. It's like it's probably like it would be 2 stories tall. It's got some big doors on the front. But it's probably like dimensions wise, like, you know, kind of what it's about the size of it's kind of like the size of a normal house, but it's like a very small warehouse.
Okay.
Like, yeah. And he just goes straight through the front door and goes inside.
Follows.
Follow him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I follow.
You go inside. There is a desk sat in the middle of an empty warehouse. And on the other side of the desk is Mr. Smythe, the man that you met when you first did your first job for the engineer.
Are you the gift, Smythe?
No, I'm not.
No.
This is your gift, and kind of like waves his arm around the building around him.
Our own desk? Warehouse. The
engineer thought that it would be prudent for you to have slightly more space than what he had given you in the first place. So he shall be taking back the back room of the bookmakers, but you will get it.
Oh. Appreciated.
All that's required is that you sign this, and he slides across a piece of paper. A pen.
We'll make sure to read it in its entirety.
Yeah, it's basically standard exchange of ownership of the property. That's all it is. You read through everything, you read through all the small print, and it is just signing the property over to you.
Right.
We'll explain that to Thunder, just to make sure that, like, he's happy with it too. Because he can't read them.
He can't read.
Thunder signs like a lightning bolt.
Yeah. And anyone else signing as well?
Yeah,
There's
Yeah,
space for
sure.
all 4 of you to sign.
Yeah.
You and me heck can sign.
So you do the heckin' signs.
Yep.
He takes the contract back from you. Wonderful. Here's the keys, and he hands like a kind of a not a very large set of keys, but like a couple. They're good. Like there's a ring with a couple of keys on it. These are yours.
Nice.
Is there more than one copy of the keys on this, or are there more than one room with locks on?
More than one room.
Are we going to need to get copies cut, or...?
That's up to you. And he stands up from the desk and clicks his fingers, and two burly men in suits come through the door you came through, and that you pick up the desk and carry it with them out the door.
Oh,
I mean, that's
even leave the desk.
taking hot desking to a new limit.
We have a
The
third
engineer
man
thought it
come
would
in
make a
and
good.
pick him up on a chair and walk out of the...
Just like
The
wheel him
engineer
out.
thought it would. The engineer thought it would be good theatre for you. Anyway, he picks up the chair. It's just like a simple wooden chair. And I shall leave you to your new property. You can move your stuff from the bookmakers as you see fit, but try to do it as soon as possible.
Will do. Thanks. Well, it's
Pleasure doing-
looking round.
Pleasure doing business with you, and he.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like I said, it's about like dimensions wise, like length and breadth. it's about the size of a regular house. But it does have stairs that lead up to like a mezzanine kind of floor. And in there's an office where there is already a desk and some chairs set up. And the other keys you discover are like open the large, because the door you went through is like one of those small doors inside a bigger door.
Okay, yeah.
So it's like the key to open up that larger door. And there's also a back door to the property as well. But yeah, you have a big empty warehouse that you can go into all kinds of, that you can all do. You can get into all sorts of snazzy crimes, or set it up into different rooms, or can set it up into different rooms to live in, or whatever you want.
Just think of all the bananas we can store in here.
Yeah, potassium. But
Potassium! By the way, guys, sorry I went quiet because I noticed the algorithm picked up that voice test. It's on fucking 10,000 views.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Literally, I was saying to, oh yeah, guys, it's on 6,900 views, and then I just like blinked and it was on 10K.
I mean, I saw you posted earlier when it hit 420.
Blaze
it. But with that, your particular set of quests and crimes is over, and you have the possible beginnings of a new official crew inside the city of Duskfall.
Oh hell yeah!
Who knows what this group of scoundrels and ne'er-do-wells will get up to in the future, but you never know. We might find out one day.
We might find out the continued adventures of these shits.
Yes.
These shits.
In the meantime,
I'm
I'm face the camera. I'm not on it yet, but I will be when I press this button, and say to you guys, thank you guys so much for watching. If you haven't done so already, please do drop us a follow. It's a great way for you guys to know when we go live. Completely free way that you can support us on the channel. It is still for the moment September. I assume that runs until the end of the month, unless they decide to do what they normally do, which is sort of extend it for a little while into October.
Also said that 10% off thing of September.
So it's a bit cheaper to get a sub at the moment. We appreciate it if you do sub. It's real nice. You get some stuff like we have secret rooms in our Discord and stuff. You get fancy emotes as designed by Shern.
Yeah.
It'd be real cool if you do, but you know, don't feel the need to. We have the following streams coming up. Tomorrow night, one, I need to talk to Sean and Amy before tomorrow night's game and level up. Make sure that Malzere and Calderax are leveled up.
Oh, sure.
But we have the next episode of The Adventures of the Golden Tooth. The group are heading to a war council, which is also going to be an important note that I need to remember to tell you guys tomorrow, is that I put your monies for the previous adventure in your character sheets. So you've got some money to spend on things for the war.
Only a bloody war.
I'll go over that tomorrow with you all. On Thursday, Angel is going to be playing some BioShock 2 over on the Angel Games Player channel. So tune in for that. On Friday, back on this channel, Jeff is going to be playing some The Pedestrian. So tune in as he fumbles his way through the puzzles. Very brain-twisty puzzles on that game. On Sunday, Dungeon of the Mad Mage, the group are having their first long rest in the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. So it's going to go perfectly smoothly.
Yep.
Probably not.
I do.
And then on Monday, Mass Effect 3 continues as I continue to prepare for the Reaper fight, and probably try and get some more peeps in my team. Because my team's
It would be
looking,
for the best.
my team's looking pretty empty at the moment.
Your bit.
Then next Tuesday, I'm not 100% sure what we're going to be doing. I might be looking at doing a short thing while we wait a little bit for Jeff to get his Call of Cthulhu. I'll try and say that again. We might be trying something else while Jeff gets the Call of Cthulhu game going, or we might be delaying the Call of Cthulhu game for a little while. We'll see how that goes, and I will discuss with Jeff what we're going to do. Stay tuned on the socials. We are also going to do a little raid-a-rooney.
Yeah.
Not a Raider Rooney.
I know that Tanny posted earlier for raiding into Unifade,
Unfortunately,
But-
they have finished this
but
game.
we went a little bit longer than they did. So, anybody live that anybody here knows that would be good to raid into?
No idea.
Hang on. Let's have a look. What's Clappy up to? Adverts, get out the way. Jeez, adverts.
Adverts.
Pain in the butt. Puzzle adventure game I Am Fish. Seems a bit random.
Who's
With
that?
Clappy One Trap.
Clappy Von
Hang on.
Trapp. I am fish.
Gower.
Here we go. So we're going to raid into Clappy, who is apparently at the moment a fish. Go find out what the hell that
He's just
means.
died for the tooth time, apparently.
It's a simple game. You're a fish.
Go find out what these things mean. We'll see you guys again real soon. For now, so long. Goodbye.
Bye.